I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. As you can see, I'm working diligently on my Cool Rock site. We're adding some new venues to our show. We've got a new video screen coming there. And at the very bottom of the page, we've got a really cool new website I've just discovered called All Sides. All Sides gives it from all sides. And it's linked at the bottom of Cool Rock if you want to find it. This is a take on Brett Kavanaugh's concluding testimony from the left, or rather from the center. They take it from the center. Brett Kavanaugh calls allegations a political hit. From the right, Kavanaugh abandons script to deliver blistering opening. And from the left, Brett Kavanaugh plays the victim. And it gives you references to all the lead articles on every single issue. Really interesting site. I thought it was the best news site I could possibly put on our site to be as unbiased as possible. Yeah, so I'm kind of improving Cool Rock. In any event, I've got some things to work on still, but the news is pretty much what it is. A he said, she said situation where Christine Blasey Ford was eloquent in her delivery and wowed a lot of people with the seriousness of her encounter with some bad people. And she claims that the timeline is accurate because Judge, who was with Kavanaugh at the time, was working at a certain location and she named it, and she got that right because it was in his book that he wrote. So certain things have been validated by Christine Blasey Ford. She's passed a lie detector. So if the government, if the congressman and Jeff Flake, I hope, does not go vote with Republicans, Jeff Flake could turn this thing upside down. But if it goes to that point where they actually have to decide, he probably doesn't like Trump and he probably is going to vote against it. So that's another Republican flipping to the Democrats. Pretty sure that's going to happen. He's very angry. He's even leaving the Senate because of Trump. But it's hard to convince people that Trump is meaningful and important to our country when he's laughed at across the globe, like he was this past week.
Than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
No, that's not okay. There's something very wrong with a president who's laughed at by the UN, and now he's claiming they're laughing with him. Can you imagine? Now he's claiming they're laughing with him. That's not a doctored video. You can go there. Check it out. Now let's get to the testimony of a couple key witnesses. Now, Grassley was very vocal in the beginning, came off kind of very sweet in the beginning, and then all of a sudden railed on her like she was violating the process because she wanted the FBI to investigate. And according to Grassley, the FBI does not investigate anything.
Conduct an investigation into a matter it considers to be closed. Moreover, once the allegations became public, it was easy to identify all the alleged witnesses and conduct our own investigations. Contrary to what the public has been led to believe, the FBI doesn't perform any credibility assessments or verify the truth of any events in these background investigations.
Boy, he sure said a mouthful there. Yeah, the FBI doesn't investigate anything, or background information or anything. Yeah. Well, I don't know if the FBI has a purpose, because they're not investigating all the murders that are going on, like Anthony Bourdain's murder, Kate Spade's murder. All these murders, the Chris Cornell, the famous singer of Soundgarden who was murdered, all these murders have never been investigated. So what are the FBI, what is the role of the FBI, and what are they doing at all? Because they're obviously not helping in this matter, and he kind of like laid into her, and she was like, I just wanted people to be verifying everything. And he's acting like this is his big moment in time. This man is too old to even speak.
I'll quote then Chairman Joe Biden during Justice Thomas.
Then he quotes Joe Biden when the Clarence Thomas case came up. Check this out. He's quoting Joe Biden.
This is confirmation hearing. This is what Senator Biden said, quote, "The next person who refers to an FBI report as being worth anything obviously doesn't understand anything. The FBI explicitly does not, in this or any other case, reach a conclusion, period. They say he said, she said, they said, period."
So he's quoting another incompetent person, Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden said this exact same thing, and he's just quoting him. So two useless, worthless senators quoted during this time period between Clarence Thomas getting ratified after he violated Anita Hill in every way, and now this one trying to ratify this. No, I'm sorry, you conservative jerk-offs in Congress and the Senate really don't understand the Me Too movement. It's got enough power behind it to stop a lot of you scumbags who are probably living with sex charges yourself and are being manipulated by somebody. It's time to clean the house here, folks. These people are useless. And to think that they're going to make a big decision about a woman's right to her own reproductive capability. This is phenomenal. On top of the fact that Russia rigged the election in favor of Trump to take a majority lead, this is beyond belief. We don't have a swamp, we have a snake pit. And you don't go draining any snake pit, they don't go away. It's going to be a lot harder to deal with snakes than a bunch of swamp creatures. Believe me, I can surely tell you that we don't need 6 billionaires in Donald Trump's cabinet. But we've got them. And I wonder why. If you had $1 billion, would you be working? I wouldn't be working. I can't even believe these people are taking a job. They obviously are corrupt. They're trying to pad their pockets and the pockets of their friends. They've hijacked our country, people. The ladies of this nation have been dealing with this problem with men overtly pushing themselves on them for years, decades, centuries. It goes back to the women's suffragette period. They've been completely objectified, and now this male-dominated Congress and senators sitting around acting like they're important, and then Dianne Feinstein, who waited to the last minute to release this information, she's suspicious too. And then other people stalking me, trying to make allegations that are not true. It's just going to go on and on. Everything in our show will continue to take these issues on head on. We're not going to buck from anything. I support first trimester abortions. I'm willing to make a concession there with people on the alt-right who want to eliminate abortion completely. Let me give you a little simple fact here before we get to her testimony. Since 1973 Roe v. Wade decision, I think it was 73. Let me verify that. Yes, landmark decision in 1973. Since that decision, our nation has had a reduction in crime by 45%. It happened right around 2000, this reduction occurred. The kids that would have been born at that time, and hence since, would have definitely been criminals. Now, you Republicans, you're the ones that are complaining about people living on welfare and, you know, no one really wanting to work. Yet you're willing to see an additional 60 million people in America if Roe v. Wade hadn't passed. And you would have seen way more crime than you're experiencing now and way more people living off welfare. Way more. Yet you're not willing to acknowledge the simple fact that since these early abortions occurred, we've seen this drastic reduction in crime. The reason why you go out of your house and don't get carjacked is because of Roe v. Wade. Many of you don't realize that. And ironically, the men that are abusive about women in here are also pro-life. I find this a very odd experience to see men who think that these women were not in any way violated, that Brett Kavanaugh can do no wrong. You're the people that actually are pro-life. The ones that encourage rapists and rape attacks on women. You're pro-life. How are you any different than people in Afghanistan worshiping Muhammad and engaging in Sharia law? How are you Republicans any different than a bunch of Russians at this point? I think they should change the name of the Republican Party to the Rushublican Party, because most of you people are supporting Russia right now. Sick of Cheese says, I'm pro-choice. I believe in legalizing drugs, and I believe in harsh sentences for rapists. But Ford still has no evidence. Well, I'm sorry, but she has confirmation from other people, too, that this guy is engaging and was engaging in these types of behaviors. That's evidence alone. And this isn't a trial. This isn't run by the maxims of a trial. It's a loosely adjusted assessment. Now, if these Republicans who want to dominate this process have a defector like Jeff Flake, who has been upset ever since Trump has been forcing his will on these people, there's no way that people like that are going to end up getting their way. I really do predict that if this goes forward, it'll be overturned and Kavanaugh will not be a Supreme Court justice. And we'll go into the midterms with that knowledge. That's where I think it's headed. The American people also need Mr. Mueller to honor his statement and declare whether Donald Trump is going to be charged with obstruction by the end of September. He said in July that there would be obstruction charges, yes or no, against Donald Trump. We need to know that before the midterms. Now, if Mueller doesn't deliver that in the next 3 days, that's going to be the assumption is that Mueller is completely controlled and he's not going to ever get justice here. Our nation is under control by foreign powers. And yet these old farts are sitting there going, well, I don't think that Brett Kavanaugh has it in him to do such a thing. Brett Kavanaugh was known to be an alcoholic, drinking all the time. That guy needs a drug test. He needs to be checked into a Betty Ford clinic. We don't need him as a Supreme Court justice. Well, I think that Mr. Kavanaugh would never say anything bad, and he categorically denies it. Well, yeah, he doesn't even remember raping women, if indeed he raped women. All we know is that he drank excessively. And we've got more than enough eyewitness reports of the Yale dormitory room he and two other guys lived in, where they had vomit all over their bathroom. Not once, all the time. Their entire bathroom smelled like vomit. That's the guy you want to be your Supreme Court Justice? What the hell's wrong with you people?
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 6.
Okay, well, you've got a caller. Go ahead. What's your question, caller?
Hey, David, I'd like to talk to you about this Kavanaugh stuff.
Yeah, let's talk. We're talking. What's going on? What? I can't hear you. Yeah, we're getting some sort of static. Couldn't hear him. Audio problems. It wasn't Tim, no. Well, people are afraid to say things that'll jeopardize their entire career. This would have come out 20 or 30 years ago if these women wanted to lose their jobs.
Call from.
Okay, we're back on track. Is your audio working now? Because what's your question about Kavanaugh? Hello? Audio dropped off on this guy. All right, we're going to go to her testimony and listen to her for a bit.
So when people wave an FBI report before you, understand they do not reach conclusions. They do not make recommendations.
Okay, we got that, you old
Senator
fart.
Biden's quote.
Bag it. Jeez, see what I mean about this guy? It's like he's making it all about his payback to this woman for asking for the FBI to investigate. Wow, that's just terrible. Terrible that somebody would be investigating something. Yeah. We wouldn't want the FBI to investigate anything, would we?
The FBI provided us with the allegations. Now it's up to the Senate to assess their credibility.
Wait a second. The FBI provided you with the allegations. You just said that the FBI doesn't say anything on anything. They don't investigate it. He's contradicting himself.
Which brings us to this very time. I look forward to a fair. That's what we promised Dr. Ford. Some colleagues have complained about the fact that an expert on this side is investigating sex crimes will be questioning the witness.
Guy can't even read. He can't even read, and he's in charge of a committee to assess a justice. Do you see what we have achieved here? We're in de-evolution mode. We're devolving. The senile old man can't even read, and he's deciding the fate of women in America by this vote. You're watching the best show on the web. Good to see you, David Sponheim. Thank you, man. Hey, DJ Justin. Hey, man. D. Justin is back for a little stop in to see our show. Yeah, we're really dealing with a very ancient and confused Alzheimer's Senate right now that need to be really questioned about their functionality as people. Are they capable of actually fulfilling their job? I don't know.
You're listening to virtual interactive chat like you've never heard before. We are discussing issues from both sides of the political spectrum every night. Join us as we take on the two-party system.
I see no basis for complaint other than just plain politics.
Just move on. Let her talk.
The testimony we will hear today concerns allegations of sexual assault, very serious allegations. This is an incredibly and sensitive subject to discuss, and it's not an easy one to discuss. That is why the senators on this side of the dais believe who has deep experience and training in interviewing victims of sexual assault and investigating sexual assault allegations should be asking questions. This will be a stark contrast to the grand chaos that we saw from the other side previous 4 days in this hearing process. I can think of no one equipped to question the witnesses than Rachel Mitchell, Miss Mitchell.
Oh yeah, put a prosecuting attorney to question her. And by the way, not one senator spoke up and asked her a question. They all hid behind their newspapers as they touched themselves indecently. No, she's not medicated. Will you let her at least speak?
Prosecutor, civil servant with decades of experience investigating and prosecuting sex crimes. She has dedicated her career to seeking justice for survivors of sex-related felonies. Most recently, Rachel was a division chief of the Special Victims Division, Maricopa County Attorney's Office, which prosecutes sex crimes and family violence. Then Democratic Senator Governor Janet Napolitano previously recognized her as outstanding Arizona sexual assault prosecutor of the year. And she has spent years instructing prosecutors, detectives, and child protection workers on how to properly interview victims of sexual assault and abuse. With her aid, I look forward to a fair and productive hearing. I understand that there are 2 other public allegations. Today's hearing was scheduled to, in close consultation with Dr. Ford's attorneys, and her testimony will be the subject of this hearing. We've been trying to investigate other allegations. At this time, we have not had cooperation from attorneys representing other clients.
We've been trying to investigate it, but we won't hand over the investigation to the FBI because Joe Biden said they don't investigate anything.
And they have made no attempt to substantiate their claims. My staff has tried to secure testimony and evidence from attorneys for both Deborah Ramirez and Julie Swetnick. My staff made 8 requests, yes, 8 requests for evidence from attorneys for Miss Ramirez, and 6 requests for.
There's not a lot here. Ramirez said she was drunk and she remembers being forced to suck his beep, beep, beep. And Svetlana, she went to 10 of these forced sex act gang bang football parties that Brett Kavanaugh went to allegedly. There's not a lot here. This old guy reads like a 4th grade level. Yeah, he's doing better than Trump, I thought. I think Grassley's doing much better than Trump at reading, don't you? 4th grade is a big improvement over 3rd grade level.
Evidence for attorneys for Miss Swetnick. Neither attorney has made their clients available for interview. The committee can't do an investigation if attorneys are stonewalling. I hope you all understand that we have attempted to seek additional information, as we do a lot of times when there are holes in what we call the BI reports. Additionally, all the witnesses should know, by when I say all the witnesses, I mean Dr. Ford and I mean Judge Kavanaugh. All the witnesses should know that they have the right under Senate Rule 26.5 to ask that the committee go into closed session if a question requires an answer that is a clear invasion of their right to privacy. If either Dr. Ford or Judge Kavanaugh feel that Senate Rule 26.5 ought to be involved, they should simply say so. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll make just a brief comment on your references to me. Yes, I did receive a letter from Dr. Ford. It was conveyed to me by a member of Congress, Anna Eshoo. The next day, I called Dr. Ford. We spoke on the phone. She reiterated that she wanted this held confidential, and I held it confidential up to a point where the witness was willing to come forward. And I think as I make my remarks, perhaps you'll see why. Because how women are treated in the United States with this kind of concern is really wanting a lot of reform. And I'll get to that for a minute. But in the meantime, good morning, Dr. Ford. Thank you for coming forward and being willing to share your story with us. I know this wasn't easy for you.
Now, did you see that just now? Now, the Republicans that want to call this out, Christine Blasey Ford just smiled. Did you see that? I'll play it back for you. She smiled. The Republicans said, yeah, she smiled. This is how sick they are.
Of their right to privacy, if either Dr. Ford or Judge
California. So I am very grateful to you for your strength and your bravery in coming forward. I know it's hard. But before I turn it over, I want to say something about what is to be discussed today and where we are as a country. Sexual violence is a serious problem and one that largely goes unseen. In the United States, it's estimated by the Centers for Disease Control, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. According to the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, 60% of sexual assaults go unreported. In addition, when survivors do report their assaults, it's often years later due to the trauma they suffered and fearing their stories will not be believed. Last week, I received a letter from a 60-year-old California constituent who told me that she survived an attempted rape at age 17. She described as being terrified and embarrassed. She never told a soul until much later in life. The assault stayed with her for 43 years. I think it's important to remember these realities as we hear from Dr. Ford about her experience. There's been a great deal of public discussion about the Me Too movement.
She's probably saying, am I ever going to get a chance to give my testimony here? I mean, really? I mean, you can just tell she's frustrated by Diane Frankenstein's delivery, and not to mention Grassley. My God, it's like listening to the paint dry.
Versus the Year of the Woman almost 27 years ago. But
yeah, the Year of the Woman, yeah, sure.
While young women are standing up and saying no more, our institutions have not progressed in how they treat women who come forward. Too often, women's memories and credibility come under assault. In essence, they are put on trial and forced to defend themselves, and often re-victimized in the process. 27 years ago, I was walking through an airport when I saw a large group of people gathered around a TV to listen to Anita Hill tell her story. What I saw was an attractive woman in a blue suit before an all-male judiciary committee, speaking of her experience of sexual
harassment. During this period at the Department of Education, my working relationship with Judge Thomas was positive. I had a good deal of responsibility and independence. I thought he respected my work and that he trusted my judgment. After approximately 3 months of working there, he asked me to go out socially with him. What happened next and telling the world about it are the 2 most difficult experiences of my life. It is only after a great deal of agonizing consideration and great number of sleepless nights that I am able to talk of these unpleasant matters to anyone but my close friends. I declined the invitation to go out socially with him and explained to him that I thought it would jeopardize at the time I considered to be a very good working relationship. I had a normal social life with other men outside of the office. I believed then, as now, that having a social relationship with a person who was supervising my work would be ill-advised. I was very uncomfortable with the idea and told him so. I thought that by saying no and explaining my reasons, my employer would abandon his social suggestions. However, To my regret, in the following few weeks, he continued to ask me out on several occasions. He pressed me to justify my reasons for saying no to him. These incidents took place in his office or mine. They were in the form of private conversations which would not have been overheard by anyone else. My working relationship became even more strained when Judge Thomas began to use work situations to discuss sex. On these occasions, he would call me into his office for reports on education issues and projects, or he might suggest that because of the time pressures of his schedule, we go to lunch to a government cafeteria. After a brief discussion of work, he would turn the conversation to a discussion of sexual matters. His conversations were very vivid. He spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films involving such matters as women having sex with animals and films showing group sex or rape scenes. He talked about pornographic materials depicting individuals with large penises or large breasts involved in various sex acts. On several occasions, Thomas told me graphically of his own sexual prowess. Because I was extremely uncomfortable talking about sex with him at all, and particularly in such a graphic way, I told him that I did not want to talk about these subjects.
But he persisted and he continued. That was that Anita Hill's still around and she can still attest to what happened. Clarence Thomas, who hasn't written a single brief since he checked in as the token black person on the Supreme Court, he hasn't written a single thing. He certainly didn't deserve that job, but he got it. Let's go back to the testimony of the court. Hopefully we're going to get to her testimony about what happened to her. And I have not seen this. I was waiting for tonight to look at it.
She was treated badly, accused of lying, attacked, and her credibility put to the test throughout the process. Today, Dr. Christine Blasey Ford has come forward to tell her story of being assaulted and fearing for her life when she was a teenager. Initially, as I said, Dr. Ford did not want to make her story public. Then, within 36 hours of coming forward, Republicans scheduled a hearing without...
Okay, I want everyone to realize that this is... what I don't understand is how she could be 15 and go to Yale. Yeah, that's the part that I'm really shocked. She was 15 when this happened. She was very bright, and you'll hear later that she had a hard time with her school year after this near rape happened. Yeah. It wasn't at Yale, it was in high school? Okay. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, thank you. She was in high school. This is an act of pedophilia.
Without talking to her or even inviting her to testify. She was told she had to show up or the committee would move forward with a vote. It took a public outcry for the majority to back down and give her even a few days to come before the committee. Republicans also scheduled this hearing with Dr. Ford without having her allegations investigated by the FBI. In 1991, Anita Hill's allegations were reviewed by the FBI.
In 1999, Anita Hill's accusations were reviewed by the FBI. I just heard Grassley say that the FBI never reviewed anything. That's strange.
As is the normal process and squarely within its jurisdiction. However, despite repeated requests, President Trump and the Republicans have refused to take this routine step and direct the FBI to conduct an impartial investigation. This would clearly be the best way to ensure a fair process to both Judge Kavanaugh and to Dr. Ford. In 1991, the Senate heard from 22 witnesses over 3 days. Today, while rejecting an FBI investigation, Republicans are refusing to hear testimony from any other witness, including Mark Judge, who Dr. Ford identified as being in the room when the attack took place. And we believe Judge should be subpoenaed so the committee can...
Don't drink that water. It has microplastic in it. Microplastic is a new problem affecting people who drink water in plastic bottles. Let's break from this nonsense and just talk about life, because we have the whole night to listen to this testimony. Yeah, I know. So far I'm hearing from a lot of old people talking about something that plagues young people, sex. Doesn't seem like they can even adjudicate on this. I wonder when the last time that any one of them has had sex. You gotta wonder. Just take a guess. Yeah. Hey, thank you for liking my show.
Hear from him directly. Republicans have also refused to call anyone who could speak to the evidence that would support or refute Dr. Ford's claim, and not one witness who could address credibility and character of either Ford or Kavanaugh has been called. What I find most inexcusable is this rush to judgment, the unwillingness to take these kinds of allegations at face value and look at them for what they are, a real question of character for someone who is asking for a lifetime appointment on the Supreme Court. In 1991, Republicans belittled Professor Hill's experience, saying, and I quote, "It won't make a bit of difference in the outcome," end quote. And the burden of proof was on Professor Hill. Today, our Republican colleagues are saying this is a hiccup. Dr. Ford is mixed up and declaring, "I'll listen to the lady, but we're going to bring this to a close." What's worse, many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have also made it clear that no matter what happens today, the Senate will plow right through and ensure Judge Kavanaugh would be elevated within a week. In fact, on Tuesday, the majority went ahead and scheduled a vote on the nomination before we heard one word of testimony regarding allegations of sexual assault and misconduct by Brett Kavanaugh. Republican leadership even told senators they should plan to be in over this weekend so the nomination can be pushed through without delay. This is despite the fact that in the last few days, 2 more women have come forward with their own serious allegations of sexual assault involving Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay, we have a picture of a woman, the attorney for Blasey Ford, caught on tape. Enhanced video catches Sheila Jackson Lee slip envelope to Christine Ford's lawyer. Watch this. Whoa. Look at the sleight of hand here. She pulls it out of her pocket and she passes it to him. He took a payoff of some sort. Wow. Yeah, we have footage of Christine Blasey Ford's attorney getting paid off. Wow. Yeah. Check that out. I'll give you the link. Sarah's here. We haven't heard the testimony. It's obviously a payoff, yeah. Now I am beginning to wonder if this isn't all being put out by the Democratic Party to railroad Brett Kavanaugh. Even though I myself think that Brett Kavanaugh is dirty, and he has all the signs and symptoms of a dirty judge. You can't even look at 90% of the decisions he's made. They've sealed all those cases. So it's very possible the Democrats are paying these people off. I heard that Svetlana had all of her bills paid off, $150,000. And she came out claiming that Brett was part of a group of football players that frequently raped women. Yeah. No, I believe he's dirty, and I think Kavanaugh is guilty, but I also think people could be paying people off. You know, it isn't one or the other. Both things can be happening right now. Sarah's here to enjoy your company. If you'd like to listen to the show, the actual testimony, Sarah, you're welcome to run it. I'm going to put it in the screen so you can play it if you want, while I'm in the other room. But it's up to you. Certainly your option. I will get to the testimony either way. I think everybody wants to hear her full testimony. And I think we'll be taking the little tidbits of Brett Kavanaugh's denial of everything into consideration later as well. Okay, so here she is, Sarah. Yeah, it'll be queued up if you want to play it. Thank you.
Yes, we can do something different tonight. I can read through the news. I could read out of the World Almanac. So there's a couple of options for you. Taking which of those two options would you prefer? It's an old World Almanac. It's not a current World Almanac. Okay. All right, coming up, we'll do the news. Your Kavanaugh Ford hearing questions answered. I'm just going to read the headlines because I don't really want to get too far into the news. I could read from the Bible. Ciao for now. Okay. Yes, I would narrate the news for you. Hey. Welcome. Hi. I see one our psycho behavior. Nice to see you. And welcome, right person. Okay. I'm going to skip over the Kavanaugh Ford thing because I know David was covering that, and I'll let him cover that more later. Live stream and how to watch it if we want to do that one. Not quite right now. Trump is postponing a meeting with Rosenstein until next week. Hello, Carter fan. Yeah, I think he has enough to deal with the Kavanaugh and Ford hearing. I agree with that statement by Real Magoo. Oh, just before I leave, I'll move David's video to the end. Maybe. Maybe. Can't totally promise that, but... yeah, pretty sad. True, Real Magoo. I like sweaters too, Hallie. Oh, whoops. Okay, I guess we'll read about this. The SEC sues... well, David does this. I'm going to actually remove that and then add... there we go. Wow. The SEC has sued Elon Musk over fraud. And this is a move that could totally oust him. It relates to his August 7 Twitter post in which he said he had funding secured to convert Tesla into a private company. He said, so they say that federal regulators are saying that was misleading investors with false public statements. That's a move that could force him out of the company's leadership. When he posted he had funding secured. Wow. Oh, the floods in Florence, North Carolina is breeding large, aggressive mosquitoes. Wow. They vote on it tomorrow? Really? I would think they need a couple days to mull over the Ford testimony. I know, Real Magoo. Real Magoo says some people think we can't get past the Van Allen radiation belts. I didn't. So, Real Magoo, you're a woman. You said we're strong women. Oh, and you say Elon Musk is sending a Japanese billionaire businessman to the moon in 2023. If he's still in his position, I guess. Oh, well, Amazon's Jeff Bezos is going to be selling rocket engines as well. Oh, your name is Jennifer. Oh, nice to meet you, Jennifer. I don't think I've actually ridden a horse, but I have ridden a donkey and also a mule. And the last time I rode a mule was when it was at least, I want to say 2.5 decades ago, 25 years ago, something like that. Okay. Hello, Peter. Yes, I rode half a horse. Exactly, Ticken. Former prosecutors are appalled by Rachel Mitchell's questioning of Christine Blasey Ford. Thanks for attending, Robuscules. I can't. Thank you, Sponheim Squarepant. Wow. Oh, that's sad. They were looking for a boy in North Carolina who was missing, and he had autism, and they found a body, and it's believed to be him. That's pretty sad. Oh. Thank goodness. India's Supreme Court has made some huge headway. Women are not considered chattel according to India's Supreme Court, and they are striking down adultery law. They say adultery can be grounds for a divorce, but it is not a crime. Thank you, India. Welcome to the 21st century. Exactly, Senior Aldante says, wow, they're only like 100 years behind us. Oh, there's Tropical Storm Kirk. Coverage of the Caribbean track, Kirk path, models, latest forecast. Let's look at that. Hurricane Maria turns into a... There's another hurricane named Maria? It turned into a Category 3 storm. Oh, it might be true. You're funny, 509. know, sometimes. I know what you mean, Sponheim SquarePants, about naming hurricanes after people. Alright, Tropical Storm Kirk dropped heavy rain and unleashed flooding as it passed through the eastern Caribbean, according to National Hurricane Center. Kirk was about 15 miles east of St. Lucia, 60 miles south by southeast of Martinique. Here's more about Tropical Storm Kirk. Hurricane Rosa has quickly turned into a Category 3 off Mexico's Pacific coast, but it's not expected to threaten land before next week. Rosa has maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. It was located off the southern tip of Baja California Peninsula, and it's moving west. Good, so it's moving kind of away from California. You want a storm because it hasn't rained in a week, and for Florida, that's not good. I completely disagree with 178, who thinks women have too many rights. No. Oh, okay, Anita, thank you. So here is here's Hurricane Rosa. The cone contains the probable path of the storm center, but it does not show the size of the storm. So, wow, it looks like it could be I wonder what. Okay, that was good. We looked at those weather. Weather's always a safe one to talk about. Democrats want a briefing on Trump claims about Chinese election meddling. Oh, maybe Trump will blame any losses in the midterm on Chinese meddling. Netanyahu reveals a new secret around nuclear site. Trump is backing a two-state solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. All right, and then of course there's it's kind of like shredded wheat chicken, but it's kind of funny because it's like flaky instead of stringy. Weetabix. I think I had it once. I think that's what it's like. It was a long time ago. Ginger is really good soothing for stomach issues, Anita, that's true. You like flaky? Yeah. It was a pretty good description. Berenstein Bear can vouch for that. Good. Okay. Yeah. I think I had it. I've had some weird things before. All right. My Kavanaugh Ford hearing questions will be answered. I guess I should go there next. Not that I have a whole lot of questions, but okay. forward before was terrified to come forward. She talked about an assault she says took place in a bedroom 36 years ago. Oh, really? Yeah, always at 6:30 Pacific time, David goes on break, Willie. And then again at 8. We do 2 half-hour breaks, something like that. I have heard about, well, that's pretty cool. Thank you, Sky. Millipede-like soft robot could one day deliver drugs inside your body. Let's do that. It is Technology Thursday. Let me just mute this though. You may have seen teeny tiny robots crawling throughout our bodies to deliver drugs. We may soon have these. Wow. If a prototype robot from scientists in Germany ever sees the light of day. Wow. Tiny little robots. Oh. Team of researchers from Max Planck Institute for Intelligent Systems in Stuttgart, Germany have developed a rubbery, worm-like robot that they hope will be used for medicinal purposes in the future. The robot can crawl, walk, and roll on land, swim in water, and navigate obstacle courses. It can even do the worm. Okay, and we can see a video of it. All right. The team of researchers. Oh. Let's see. I'll scroll down for video. Wait, is this a video? That's smart parts assembling. Micro robots. This is pretty cool. Thank you. It's kind of cool, like Add the One says, but it's kind of scary too. Oh, this team said they were inspired by creatures like jellyfish, beetle larvae, caterpillars, and other soft-body animals. It's about 1/7 of an inch long, making it smaller than a something. It doesn't have any legs. Its soft surface allows it to move like a nematode, like a worm, jumping over obstacles that are too high or too time-consuming to roll or walk over. By contracting its shape on a rigid surface, the study noticed the robot's pliable structure allows it to move between wet and dry environments. Wow. Even with all that it can do, Metin Sidi, who led the study, told the New York Times that he and the scientists will still consider it a minimalist robot. That hasn't stopped the scientists from setting forth some big goals for this little minimalist little robot. They're hoping that this Miller robot can be used in medicine for targeted drug delivery and to improve minimally invasive surgery techniques. They said the robot is small enough to be inserted into our digestive and urinary systems, or eventually our vascular system, to deliver drugs. The robot's flexible soft coating enables it to crawl across organs, muscles, and swim through the bloodstreams with ease. That's kind of a little freaky. Nanobot worms in your bloodstream. Okay, anyway. For many, the idea of having a robot deliver drugs inside your abdomen might make you queasy. But there's this study notes that the robot can be located using medical imaging devices. They also showed the robot can be visualized by an ultrasound medical imaging device as it rolls within the concealed areas of an ex vivo chicken muscle tissue. You mean like dead chicken muscle. All right, the robot can also grip an object, transport it to a location, and eject a cargo that's strapped onto the robot, the scientist noted. Wow, pretty complex for a little tiny robot. CD told the Times he's already thinking about making the robot smaller. Wow, smaller. In addition to including a small pocket on the robot, they can open and close during using magnetic fields. Whoa. The scientists are working on creating a biodegradable version of the robot that can be dissolved inside the body without any side effects. That's one of our major goals, he said. And that's possible. Biodegradable robot that can pick up things and deliver things. Wow. At the end of the day, while the tiny robot's capable of some pretty intelligent tasks, it's also just downright adorable. Haha. It's a little tiny thing, really. Wow. That was interesting. Thanks for sharing that information. That's the next video up was about an electromagnetic levitation device. I'll leave that. It's from Bing and it's all different videos. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Okay, I'll go back to talking about okay. So Kavanaugh is denying all claims against him. He thinks it's been a calculated and orchestrated political hit. Kavanaugh declined calls from Democratic lawmakers to request an FBI investigation be open to more thoroughly examine the charges leveled against him. Yes, a vast left-wing conspiracy, exactly, Senior Aldante. Ooh, thank you, our Sky. More awesome links. Is Washington warm tonight? It's not cold like it has been. It's okay. It's pretty warm. Let's see. I don't know. Let me look at what the weather is. It's 60 degrees, 60.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes. So, Republicans hired a prosecutor, Rachel Mitchell, instead of doing the questioning for the Senate Judiciary Committee to do the questioning themselves.
Okay, so you got some news
Yeah.
reading?
I'm just reading about Ford and
Yeah.
Kavanaugh.
You can play some of the hearing, get started, you know. I'll be in about
Yeah,
a minute
sure.
or two.
Okay.
It's queued, ready to go.
Okay, is it this one? No,
It's
that's
the background one. It's actually the AVG browser.
Oh,
There's two different browsers there.
this one?
Yep. All right, I'll be right there. We'll get Skype going in just a little bit.
This past Sunday, we learned about Debbie Ramirez, who was a student at Yale
And go
with
to
Brett
full screen.
Kavanaugh. She too did not want to come forward, but after being approached by reporters, she told her story. She was at a college party where Kavanaugh exposed himself to her. She recalls pushing him away and then seeing him laughing and pulling his pants up.
I attended a small gathering at a house in the Bethesda area. There were 4 boys I remember specifically being at the house: Brett Kavanaugh, Mark Judge, a boy named PJ, and one other boy whose name I cannot recall. I also remember my friend Leland attending. I do not remember all of the details of how that gathering came together, but like many that summer, it was almost surely a spur-of-the-moment gathering. I truly wish I could be more helpful with more detailed answers to all of the questions that have and will be asked about how I got to the party and where it took place and so forth. I don't have all the answers, and I don't remember as much as I would like to. But the details about that night that bring me here today are the ones I will never forget. They have been seared into my memory and have haunted me episodically as an adult. When I got to the small gathering, people were drinking beer in a small living room, family room type area on the first floor of the house. I drank 1 beer. Brett and Mark were visibly drunk. Early in the evening, I went up a very narrow set of stairs leading from the living room to a second floor to use the restroom. When I got to the top of the stairs, I was pushed from behind into a bedroom across from the bathroom. I couldn't see who pushed me. Brett and Mark came into the bedroom and locked the door behind them. There was music playing in the bedroom. It was turned up louder by either Brett or Mark once we were in the room. I was pushed onto the bed, and Brett got on top of me. He began running his hands over my body and grinding into me. I yelled, hoping that someone downstairs might hear me, and I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me. Both Brett and Mark were drunkenly laughing during the attack. They seemed to be having a very good time. Mark seemed ambivalent, at times urging Brett on, and at times telling him to stop. A couple of times I made eye contact with Mark and thought he might try to help me, but he did not. During this assault, Mark came over and jumped on the bed twice while Brett was on top of me.
Oh, thank you.
And the last time that he did this, we toppled over and Brett was no longer on top of me. I was able to get up and run out of the room. Directly across from the bedroom was a small bathroom. I ran inside the bathroom and locked the door.
That's fine.
I waited until I heard Brett and Mark leave the bedroom, laughing, and loudly walk down the narrow stairway, pinballing off the walls on the way down. I waited, and when I did not hear them...
Look at Grassley and how he's just like sleeping. Look at this. Look at that smug look on his face, and he's just like sleeping. Look at this. It's like he's prejudged this woman, that somehow she's lying. Why would she give up her career? Thank you, Sarah. Help yourself to dinner. Why would she give up her career? Because she won't be able to teach again with all the death threats that she's getting from some of you Republicans. Look at this face of his. What do you describe that as? Almost asleep, or kind of a smug, self-aggrandizing entitlement face? Yeah. It's just really weird. Oh, let's continue.
Come back up the stairs. I left the bathroom, went down the same stairwell, through the living room, and left the house. I remember being on the street and feeling an enormous sense of relief that I had escaped that house and that Brett and Mark were not coming outside after me. Brett's assault on me drastically altered my life. For a very long time, I was too afraid and ashamed to tell anyone these details. I did not want to tell my parents that I, at age 15, was in a house without any parents present, drinking beer with boys. I convinced myself that because Brett did not rape me, I should just move on and just pretend that it didn't happen. Over the years, I told very, very few friends that I had this traumatic experience. I told my husband before we were married that I had experienced a sexual assault. I had never told the details to anyone, the specific details, until May 2012 during a couples counseling session. The reason this came up in counseling is that my husband and I had completed a very extensive, very long remodel of our home, and I insisted on a second front door, an idea that he and others disagreed with and could not understand. In explaining why I wanted a second front door, I began to describe the assault in detail. I recall saying that the boy who assaulted me could someday be on the U.S. Supreme Court, and spoke a bit about his background at an elitist all-boys school in Bethesda, Maryland. My husband recalls that I named my attacker as Brett Kavanaugh. After that May 2012 therapy session, I did my best to ignore the memories of the assault, because recounting them caused me to relive the experience and caused panic and anxiety. Occasionally, I would discuss the assault in an individual therapy session, but talking about it caused more reliving of the trauma, so I tried not to think about it or discuss it. But over the years, I went through periods where I thought about the attack. I had confided in some close friends that I had had an experience with sexual assault. Occasionally, I stated that my assailant was a prominent lawyer or judge, but I did not use his name. I do not recall each person I spoke to about Brett's assault, and some friends have reminded me of these conversations since the publication of the Washington Post story on September 16, 2018. But until July 2018, I had never named Mr. Kavanaugh as my attacker outside of therapy. This changed in early July 2018. I saw press reports stating that Brett Kavanaugh was on the short list of a list of very well qualified Supreme Court nominees. I thought it was my civic duty to relay the information I had about Mr. Kavanaugh's conduct.
All right, now this is the part where the Republicans are going, is she, what is this crying thing she's doing? This is a time when I had to tell about this. I mean, I see your point. Some of you conservatives are saying, yeah, she's kind of faking it. There's no real tears here. Well, who has tears over something that happened 35 years ago? I mean, come on. Brett probably is crying right now thinking, why can't I remember this? I had a blackout. I had so many beers. I can't remember what I did. Gee, you know, he's having a crisis himself. And why are we picking an alcoholic for Supreme Court justice? Does anybody know? Let's get back to Christine and what happened to her.
So that those considering his nomination would know about this assault. On July 6th, I had a sense of urgency to relay the information to the Senate and the President as soon as possible before a nominee was selected. I did not know how.
Okay, we have a question from Techwalla. He says, she's another Jewish crisis actor. Why did it take her decades to say something? LOL. I don't think her being Jewish has anything to do with it. You, of all people, shouldn't make an issue about that. Gosh. Anyway, he just discovered he was Jewish recently. Please. She has a PhD. She has a career to protect. I don't know. I would not have come out either if my career was on the line, and I would not be able to teach if I were a person in her capacity as a PhD and a professor. I mean, she's not going to be able to teach again without a bodyguard. And she'll have two, like, you know, fully armed mercenaries standing next to her at all times while she talks about abortion in this neo-pro-life society which is being artificially created by Russian involvement in control of our election. We wouldn't even be dealing with this issue. We'd be actually solving problems like solving our environmental crisis in St. Louis, where the nuclear reactor is blowing radioactive dust in people's lungs. We need to deal with these issues, not this issue. This whole issue is a Republican propped up obstruction of justice attempt to misuse their position even though they rigged the election.
Specifically to do this. I called my congressional representative and let her receptionist know that someone on the president's short list had attacked me. I also sent a message to the encrypted Washington Post confidential tip line. I did not use my name, but I provided the names of Brett Kavanaugh and Mark Judge.
Well, we would, if only we had the FBI, we could investigate this. Yeah. There was a tip line and tips went out and she sent them if the FBI could do their job. But according to Grassley, the FBI doesn't have anything to do with investigations.
I stated that Mr. Kavanaugh had assaulted me in the 1980s in Maryland. This was an extremely hard thing for me to do, but I felt that I couldn't not do it. Over the next 2 days, I told a couple of close friends on the beach in Aptos, California, that Mr. Kavanaugh had sexually assaulted me. I was very conflicted as to whether to speak out. On July 9th, I received a return phone call from the office of Congresswoman Anna Eshoo after Mr. Kavanaugh had become the nominee. I met with her staff on July 18th and with her on July 20th, describing the assault and discussing my fears about coming forward. Later, we discussed the possibility of sending a letter to Ranking Member Feinstein, who is one of my state senators, describing what occurred. My understanding is that Representative Eshoo's office delivered a copy of my letter to Senator Feinstein's office on July 30th. The letter included my name, but also a request that it be kept confidential. My hope was that providing the information confidentially would be sufficient to allow the Senate to consider Mr. Kavanaugh's serious misconduct without having to make myself, my family, or anyone's family vulnerable to the personal attacks and invasions of privacy that we have faced since my name became public. In a letter dated August 31st, Senator Feinstein wrote that she would not share the letter without my explicit consent, and I appreciated this commitment. Sexual assault victims should be able to decide for themselves when and whether their private experience is made public. As the hearing date got closer, I struggled with a terrible choice. Do I share the facts with the Senate and put myself and my family in the public spotlight? Or do I preserve our privacy and allow the Senate to make its decision without knowing the full truth of his past behaviors?
All right, she's pulling me in a little bit. She's giving you a description as to what she had to weigh. That's why she waited. She didn't want her family dragged into this. Yeah, I'm seeing her as credible still. Why would she risk everything? Come on. Why would she do it? Is there a cash payoff here? Is there a significant cash payoff? I mean, what's going on really? We did see an attorney pass something into her attorney apparently got something from this black woman. Watch this. Caught on camera. Enhanced video. You see that? Here she is, close up. A big fat check there with the hands. She's grabbing it off. Boom. Right in the pocket there. Yeah, you made the payoff. Yeah, so we know there's a payoff here. Yeah. See, I see it from both sides. I see it from your Republican side. You don't want this guy railroaded because you think he's a nice guy who liked to drink a lot, which we all know football players and in fraternities oftentimes rape people. But you want to forget about that. Yeah. You want to draw attention to the book deals she's going to get, all the money, signed contracts, not to mention the movie. Yeah, you're starting to paint a picture that she's just in it for money, when in fact she probably was violated. And since it did come up in therapy sessions, she has a record of her saying it 6 years ago. It wasn't because Brett Kavanaugh happened to be running right now. She actually is on record talking to her therapist about it. So I don't think, I think all the things that you're thinking are true. She's probably getting a good amount of money for this testimony. We know that the other lady, the third lady, Svetlana, I don't think Ramirez got any money, but Svetnik said that they went to 10 parties where he was there. And all the girls at the high school parties were spiked with intoxicants in their drinks like Bill Cosby did to his victims. And she's claiming that happened. We know that her bills are paid off. $150,000 in outstanding debt were just paid off. So we know that there's some major money being flown into this. That doesn't in any way discredit her testimony. If she is being paid off, it doesn't discredit her. She's still entitled to speak her truth. And I believe it is true. So I think the Democrats are fighting viciously to keep this guy from getting the nomination. And they haven't even picked the real issues they need to really pick on, which is why Vince Foster, when he was a prosecutor, never prosecuted Hillary or Bill for the Vince Foster death, which clearly looks like a murder. So there's something happening there. Why the Democrats won't bring that up? They don't want to put Hillary on the stand. They don't want to put her under the gun, under the grill.
I agonized daily with this decision throughout August and September 2018. The sense of duty that originally motivated me to reach out confidentially to the Washington Post and to Anna Eshu's office when there was still a list of extremely qualified candidates, and to Senator Feinstein was always there, but my fears of the consequences of speaking out started to exponentially increase. During August 2018, the press reported that Mr. Kavanaugh's confirmation was virtually certain. Persons painted him as a champion of women's rights and empowerment. And I believed that if I came forward, my single voice would be drowned out by a chorus of powerful supporters. By the time of the confirmation hearings, I had resigned myself to remaining quiet and letting the committee and the Senate make their decision without knowing what Mr. Kavanaugh had done to me. Once the press started reporting on the existence of the letter I had sent to Senator Feinstein, I faced mounting pressure. Reporters appeared at my home and at my workplace, demanding information about the letter in the presence of my graduate students. They called my bosses and coworkers and left me many messages, making it clear that my name would inevitably be released to the media. I decided to speak out publicly to a journalist who had originally responded to the tip I had sent to the Washington Post and who had gained my trust. It was important for me to describe the details of the assault in my own words. Since September 16th, the date of the Washington Post story, I have experienced an outpouring of support from people in every state of this country. Thousands and thousands of people who have had their lives dramatically altered by sexual violence have reached out to share their experience and have thanked me for coming forward. We have received tremendous support from our friends and our community. At the same time, my greatest fears have been realized, and the reality has been far worse than what I expected. My family and I have been the target of constant harassment and death threats, and I have been called the most vile and hateful names imaginable. These messages, while far fewer than the expressions of support, have been terrifying and have rocked me to my core. People have posted my personal information and that of my parents online on the internet. This has resulted in additional emails, calls, and threats. My family and I were forced to move out of our home. Since September 16th, my family and I have been visiting in various secure locales, at times separated and at times together, with the help of security guards. This past Tuesday evening, my work email was hacked and messages were sent out trying to recant my description of the sexual assault. Apart from the assault itself, these past couple of weeks have been the hardest of my life. I've had to relive this trauma in front of the world, and I've seen my life picked apart by people on television, on Twitter, other social media, other media, and in this body who have never met me or spoken with me.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the wondrous land of lie versus truth, whether this woman's lying for profit or whether she's telling the truth of a real event. We shall see. There is a photograph of one Christine Blasey that was taken, and it's being posted on the alt-right sites. It shows a woman drunk laying down on a pool party table. It says, Christine Blasey Ford and her feminazi lawyers who carried out this charade have profoundly disrespected the Senate and the SCOTUS justice confirmation process. Yeah, apparently they're claiming that this woman had numerous 64, according to one alleged person, this woman had 64 sexual partners between 11th grade and college. I would argue that's probably due to the violation that Brett Kavanaugh and this man judge did to him, which they deny. A woman who's tragically violated will oftentimes bury her woes in alcohol. So ironically, the alt-right's bringing this up as a big in defense of the argument that she's lying and making it all up, trying to vilify her, claiming she was taking a picture of drunk. Many people who've been nearly raped become alcoholics. Now, if she really was nearly raped by Brett Kavanaugh when she was 15, you can only imagine the abyss of destructive behavior that she was on. Yeah, even if she was involved in 11th grade with many men, that's irrelevant. Even if it was true, which I doubt. But I think that the alt-right kind of stuck themselves with this one because they're painting a woman out to be truly damaged. And from what I gathered from her testimony, she had a hard time getting through school. And she was a pretty intelligent young lady. But she went on to become a PhD and get her degree and become a professor. I mean, it's not like she's some half-cocked hooker down the street. Come on. You had 64 partners in 1 week. Exactly. So you should talk. Howie says, I told you she was damaged. That's my point to all you alt-right people, that this woman clearly has been damaged. If that's a real picture of her laying on a park bench, drunk, I feel sorry for her. I know a lot of you people on the alt-right are beginning to feel sorry for her too. I don't think it's irrelevant if the woman has a body, okay? I'm not going to say that about this woman, no. She's been violated. Tekwala, have you ever been violated? Well, yes, you have. What if we denied that anything that happened in the past 5 years to you didn't really happen, that you're just making it up for attention? Yeah, how would that feel? Well, this happened 38 years ago to this woman. We can't deny her pain and her suffering. And I think the whole world's looking in and going, wow, you must have been really hurt, because that's a serious problem. Strung out on a park table, it could be a clear indication of her innocence. And she passed a lie detector, guys. Come on. She's ruining her career, like she said it. She's clearly damaged. Yeah. So even if you're right, maybe she is posing, or she was just laying there passed out on a park bench, which I hardly believe is true, but it does match her face completely. I mean, there are other pictures in the scene. All of them are accurate. But being she's liberal and an activist, trying to say that she said Scalia types must be banned from the law on her Facebook in 2016, that's significant. It still means that she has an opinion and she doesn't think the Scalia types like Brett Kavanaugh should be allowed to move forward, especially if he has a history of wanting to rape her and putting his hand over her mouth while she screamed for help. 2,000 people are watching a gay pharmacy in Iceland. What is a gay pharmacy? Really, I never understood that. All right. Do you really think that we're talking about sex here? We're talking about violence. A man who likes to get drunk, and numerous people have testified to that effect. We're going to take his testimony. We're going to just jump into his response.
When Dr. Ford came forward with her account, I immediately said that she should be heard and asked the chairman to delay the vote that we had scheduled. And the chairman did, and I appreciate that. And she came at great difficulty for her and offered compelling testimony. You have come and done the same. I am sorry for what's happened to you and your family, as I'm sorry for what has happened to hers. And this is not a good process, but it's all...
Mr. Kavanaugh, do you have recollection of what happened the past couple of weeks? Have you had any blackouts from all the alcohol you've been drinking? Do you have memory of anything that you did back in college or high school, Mr. Kavanaugh? Mr. Kavanaugh, why are 90% of the activities in your history as a judge sealed from this panel's view? No response, Mr. Kavanaugh?
All we've got. And I would just urge my colleagues to recognize that in the end, we are 21 very imperfect senators trying to do our best to provide advice and consent. And in the end, there is likely to be as much doubt as certainty going out of this room today. And that as we make decisions going forward, I hope that people will recognize that. And in the rhetoric that we use, and the language that we use going forward, that we'll recognize that there is doubt. We'll never move beyond that. And just have a little humility on that front. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flake. Now, Senator Kennedy.
No, Senator Flake.
Kennedy.
I'm sorry, Judge, for what you and your family have been through. And I'm sorry for what Dr. Ford and her family have been through. It could have been avoided. Do you believe in God?
I do.
I'm going to give you a last opportunity.
To bless God and to help you get God in your life, I want to take this opportunity to tell everyone about God. Ladies and gentlemen, could we just step away from this sick, carnal activity and get to the real point, which is God?
We're right here, right in front of God.
God, this God, what the hell is his problem? Doesn't he realize that there's a separation of church and state interpretation? What the hell is he talking about? I mean, I'm not catering to the atheists here, but come on, what does God have to do with this? The guy swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help him God. We're done with that issue. Get on with the real issue of how you denied all the drinking parties, the molestation of women, and how you continue to stand there and pretend like you're holier than thou art when you got a speckled history that they can't even read on. 90% of his file is sealed from their view. But God is more important to talk about right now. Warning, warning. You are now in the psychobehavior mute zone.
And country.
I
want you to look me in the eye. Are Dr. Ford's allegations true?
They're not accurate as to me. I have not questioned that she might have been sexually...
Okay, we have counted 4. I'm going to close in on this statement. We're going to do a blink test when his response kicks in, and you're going to notice this guy blinks 5 or 6 times. He's got that indica sativa eye thing going on. Watch this. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
For what you and your family have been through. And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
For what Dr. Ford and her family.
If that had happened, that would have been the talk of campus. Her.
Are Ms. Ramirez's allegations about you true?
Those are not her.
Okay.
Are Ms. Ramirez's allegations about you true?
Those are not.
Okay, see the tell? He nods yes, and he says no. Look at that. I know I was blinking 20 times. I was showing you he blinks too many times. He nodded yes. That's a classic tell of a liar. He is a classic liar. You're putting a liar in the most important position in the United States Supreme Court. You Republicans ought to be ashamed of yourself. 100% blink test failure here. Blink test failure.
Sure thing.
Yep.
Warning, bullshit alert.
We have a bullshit alert. I will repeat the video again.
Done this. Never. Done this to her or to anyone else. And I've talked to you about what I was doing that summer of 1982, but I'm telling you, I've never done this to anyone, including her.
Are Ms. Ramirez's allegations about you true?
Those are not. None of the witnesses in the room support that.
We'll never move beyond that.
Other classmates seeking to.
Are Dr. Ford's allegations true?
They're not accurate as to me. I have not questioned that she might have been sexually assaulted at some point in her life by someone, someplace. But as to me, I've never done this. Never done this to her or to anyone else. And I've talked to you about.
Okay, that's 16 blinks in about 15 seconds. Did you see him? There's 16 blinks there. Classic sign of a liar. And when he nodded his head yes, coming up, watch this.
What I was doing that summer of 1982, but I'm telling you, I've never done this to anyone, including her.
Right, Nixon didn't blink hardly at all. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook. No blinking. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not a crook. Watch this. Now, Ramirez, he nods yes.
Are Ms. Ramirez's allegations about you true?
Those are not.
Those are not true. Look at that. You can't lie. I mean, body language speaks louder than you cannot hide a lot of these tells. Experts in detecting lies like myself can detect these things instantly. That's how I knew that Barack Obama was lying through his teeth every time he said, well, let's be clear. Michael and I are gay lovers. He never said that, did he?
Not. None of the witnesses in the room support that. If that had happened, that would have been the talk of campus in our freshman dorm.
It was the talk of campus. There's numerous people that heard this.
The New York Times reported that as recently as last week, she was calling other classmates seeking to, well, I'm not going to characterize it, but calling classmates last week and just seemed very, just
probative. You know, I think that basically Brett Kavanaugh is a guy who loved to drink and party with his football frat friends, and we all know what kind of pervs they are. So do we really need to have this woman be raked over the coals to know that frat boys like to have fun and sometimes they rape women? Okay, let the truth be known. So should we, or why is a frat boy being elevated to the highest position of this country? Because he's a suck-up. He's a shill. He'll do whatever they tell him to do and whatever they pay him to do. He is a dirty alcoholic who cannot be trusted. It's obvious. But that isn't being questioned. His activity as prosecutor when Vince Foster was killed. He didn't do a damn thing against Hillary Clinton. He was totally bought off at that time. When Mariam Carey was killed and he sat on that court, he could have done something. Instead, they completely shut down the case against the Secret Service that shot her 5 times the back of the head in 2010, when all she did was drive up to Obama's outside of the perimeter of the White House, and then she was hunted down and killed like an animal. Mariam Carey got no justice, and her sister brought a court case in front of the court that he served on, and he didn't do a damn thing to defend her. Rufus basically nailed the case shut and put it away, and he was overseeing Rufus at the time. This judge named Rufus. All right.
Stop there. But it's not true. It's not true.
Are Ms. Swetnick's allegations made by Mr. Avenatti about you true?
Those are not true. Never met her. Don't know who she is. There's a letter released within 2 hours of that breaking yesterday from...
You see, I'm telling you, this guy either needs some serious Visine or something, but he's blinking like 10 times every 15 seconds minimum. I'm counting him. I mean, get close and personal.
From, I think, 60 people who knew me in high school, men and women.
All right, I can't. I'm going to get the blink count out. Hang on. Okay, we're going to start this episode with a blink count. Let's get started. We've got some work to do. Take it from the top.
I'm sorry, Judge, for what you and your family have been through. And I'm sorry for what Dr. Ford and her family have been through. It could have been avoided. Do you believe in God?
I do.
I'm going to give you a last opportunity. We're right here, right in front of God and country. I want you to look me in the eye. Are Dr. Ford's allegations true?
They're not accurate as to me. I have not questioned that she might have been sexually assaulted at some point in her life by someone, someplace. But as to me, I've never done this. Never done this to her or to anyone else. And I've talked to you about what I was doing that summer of 1982, but I'm telling you, I've never done this.
Okay, 20 blinks in 10 seconds. That's in 20. It's basically a blink a second. All right, a blink a second. 20 blinks in 20 seconds. Well, his average is a blink a second. Yeah, that's some serious dry eye. I'm sorry to say. Well, meth is definitely one of the things that we don't want a Supreme Court justice to do. Drinking 100 beers with his friends on a regular basis as he buys national baseball tickets, season tickets for everybody just to win their favor is not something we want a Supreme Court justice to do. We don't want a person who's going to sit there and boldface lie to the American people and take money on the side to get tickets for people who he wants to influence. I mean, this is ridiculous. I can't even believe this guy was put in front of the American people to decide if he's qualified to decide a woman's fate and her right to bear or have an abortion, bear a child or have an abortion. Yeah, well, we're definitely down a very dark road, especially since Russia took us here. So, good job, Republicans. What else is in the news? Well, we're pretty much digesting a full dose of this stuff. Okay. Hearing a live stream, how to watch. Trump postpones meeting with Rosenstein until next week. Donald Trump was saying recently that he's not planning on getting rid of Rod Rosenstein after all. Yeah, really. I'm sure that would work out great. Well, I think the idea that all men are created equal is very important in our society. It's one of the reasons why we want to treat women the same way. Oh, psycho behavior, my God, you're out of here. Do you really want to stay in the room? You're done. What a turncoat you turned out to be. I'm so glad you were never officially part of our organization. What an idiot. Yay, we're done with him. That's a permanent ban. Yeah, he's done. Turncoat. David, they will demand his indictment for 11 counts of perjury tomorrow. Well, it's going to have come down. I mean, the fact is more and more women have spoken up. You can't stand up against the tide of this public opinion. He's being tried, the court of public opinion, and he is guilty as hell. If you really believe that you're going to, get a good guy who can't even expose what he's judged in the past 35 years or 30 years, he has a 90% sealed file. That's crazy. Why would he even be allowed to be a judge with a sealed file like that? Anybody who makes decisions that have to be sealed means they're corrupt, or they don't want anyone to look into those little places. Our country's so corrupt, we've got the captain of corruption in front of us here. Brett Kavanaugh is definitely Mr. Corrupt from the day one. Everything about him points to corruption. So if you're standing there believing that Kavanaugh is being railroaded by the Democrats, well, you know, if this was some minor issue and it was like a little issue, like the Supreme Court ruled on, like all the women in the Walmart suing a class action lawsuit, and the Supreme Court turned around and said that they couldn't do that. Where did that ruling come from? Corporations like Walmart control the votes of our Supreme Court. So we've already got a severely corrupted Supreme Court. I can't even imagine what's going to happen if women get their right to an abortion taken away without even giving a first trimester law a chance. It's going to be a complete bloodbath out there. Innocent women will be dying, bleeding out from coat hanger abortions. You know what? Ironically, the pro-lifers, they don't want to take care of the kids, and they're the ones to complain about the welfare recipients out there. All the right-to-lifers I meet complain a lot about welfare recipients. Now, I understand your right to believe that women should never have an abortion, but where did you decide that you're in charge of their bodies? When did you decide to play God? Now, if a woman wants to commit a murder, she has to deal with that. And she has to face her ultimate judgment, if not in this life, in the life after, if you believe in that. So why are you pro-lifers so hell-bent on forcing these women into back alley abortion clinics and having them killed? I don't get that, especially when you're not willing to deal with the welfare problem and the crime that comes from unnecessary, unwanted children who are literally being raised by crackheads. Where are you on that issue? I know, but it's not our decision, it's God's decision. Well, if you could find a legitimate proof that a woman who's raped should have her baby full term, and biblical proof, then I'll show you Sharia law. Well, I don't know, you pro-lifers aren't stepping up and dealing with the welfare problem. You're not dealing with the homeless problem. But you're also concerned about poor babies that have been, aborted over the past, 35 years or more? 45 years, yeah. 45 years. We've had over 65 million aborted babies. Sharia law says a woman who's raped needs to marry her rapist and have the baby full term. No, under my goals, I want to legalize marijuana. I don't want to make all drugs legal. The majority of the American people have to want that if we're going to go in the direction of Portugal. Portugal made all drugs legal. Well, preventative health, all the preventative medicine you can do, and all the preventative sex acts being prevented with condoms, things like that. I mean, that's the way to go. That doesn't in any way stop a person's right to live with their own choices. But when you're taking a woman's right to choose what she's going to do with her body away, I'm more than willing to make an abortion law, first trimester abortion law. I'm more than willing to work in that direction. But you people on the far right, you don't want to give an inch. You want to take control over this issue by stacking the court against the rights of women. It's unbelievable. And you did this on the heels of Russia contaminating the election and cheating. Wow, you people are real winners. Good night, Juan. Now you want to control the fate of all women after Russia cheated and controlled the election with this buffoon as a president. It's amazing to me how you people operate. And you won't help those poor children. You won't provide money to the mothers that have to bear these children in rough environments. You don't give a shit about the kids. You just are so sacrilegious and so sacrosanct. It's even the very idea of an abortion for you is sacrosanct. It's regarded as too important or valuable to be interfered with. No one should ever have an abortion. All right, well, I guess we came to that crossroads. It's too bad we didn't do this on Wasteful Wednesday, because that's a social night. Tonight was a technology night. I did say the word shit. I've got to get into my my VPN. Hang on. In the meantime, here's a word from our non-sponsor.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide.
We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch Virtual Chat, great music, and interactive news mix.
Yeah, I'm just going to my Cool Rock site. I'm trying to get it to work. Vaughn has been the center of the Cool Rock site for a while, and I wanted to get another application in there, and I'm trying to see how it performs. So we're trying to tweak it. It's popping up. We're going to try to get the Tiki live show. Did he just spritz? Hey, we got 4 people at Periscope. Nice to see you're in. All right. Yeah, it's taking too long to show. That's weird. I opened it up at the different browser to see how it looks. David, I changed your life. Well, great. Everyone is thinking about calling you the N-word? Whoa, that's not good. Yeah, I just don't think you need to be called anything. Well, people get called a lot of things. Yeah, the S word is okay now. In 2016, I decided to start using it. Well, apparently it's getting hit on so many times I can't even get to it now. We'll see what happens. All right, I'll see if I can troubleshoot it. The immigrants are being kicked out right now. Donald Trump is using FEMA funds that would normally go to disaster relief to go to the ICE division, and they're trying to get rid of. Yeah, it can't be reached. Timed out. I think somebody's DDoSing our Cool Rock site. That's interesting. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so he's kicking a lot of the illegals out right now. It's a kind of a cleaning period. Veggie Delicious, hey. I think we should actually start putting more people in the travel ban that now the Supreme Court authorized this discriminatory behavior. I think we should discriminate against Russians now. We need to keep Russia out of our country. We really can't allow anybody with green cards from Russia to live here. Yeah. That's been recorded. All your statements are being recorded. Well, that's interesting that we just lock up like that, huh? It could be AVG browser has got too many filters. Now I'm running it through a backup, a Google Chrome browser I have. I'm trying different browsers out. Technology is one of those ongoing mistakes that keep getting repaired. If you've been buying computers or computer software since I have, the 1980s, you know that all of the software and development that's been going on behind the scenes has been completely off the cuff, ad hoc. They never knew what they were doing. Yeah, Cool Rock's getting slammed right now. We can't even get into it. Wow, good to know. I use Vivaldi. That's an interesting one where you can customize everything. The creator of Vivaldi was the opera, one of the opera core creators of Opera, which turned out to be a pretty stable browser. Even Opera today is still good. But you tried Vivaldi? Cool. Yeah, I find that Vivaldi is a pretty cool browser if you like the aesthetics of a browser. Now, I'm a little frustrated with the ability of many of these browsers to get downloads going. I have only had success with one particular download ability out of, it's called Video Downloader on Firefox. I don't know of any Chrome browsers that add-ons that you can put in there that will download videos. Video Downloader seems to be the only one that works for me, and even that has updates all the time, and you have to constantly adjust yourself to the updates. And it doesn't always stick when you reopen the browser. So there's a lot of issues that are being dealt with. A lot of backdoors in these browsers that could make your computer vulnerable. So they're always working backward to fix problems. It troubles me that the government isn't stepping down on Bill Gates, who made most of his money off government contracts, and he's now abandoning like Windows XP for support. Windows 98's long gone with support. I wouldn't doubt he's going to abandon Windows 7 soon for support. That's ridiculous. He needs to have backdoor protection for all of these browsers he's made money on. Otherwise, he needs to pay all of us and the government money back out of his bank account. So I'm going to be going aggressively after Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Bill Gates. They're the guys that are primarily on my list. We will be buying out the remaining stocks ownership of Larry Page and Sergey, because the government already owns Google. We have complete control over Google. It's run out of a Department of Defense company called In-Q-Tel. Larry Page, that's why ABC.XYZ was started, because they saw their company, Google, getting bought from under them. So they've created this other opportunity to make money. I wish them all the success in the world, but we're going to have to monopoly break Google. And that means all of you could have a really wonderful job working from home, because the people working there right now are making tons of money that you could be making. 10 of you could be making what one person's making right now. 10 people earning $36,000 a year. Versus one idiot at some coffee bar going, oh, I don't really feel like a latte right now because I've got too many things on my palate. Bill Gates defrauded the phone company. Really interesting. You know more about that. I just think that these people made a ton of money off the government, and they never really admitted that. I know for a fact that Bill Gates built most of his company off of the government contracts. So all of this is we're being lied to about the technology boom that went on over the past 15, 20 years. Most people don't realize that most of these social networks are being owned and operated by the government and NSA, CIA operations. I'd love to say it wasn't the case, but just look at the simple fact that they have unlimited money and they can print to buy whoever they want. That alone gives you your answer. Even our country's watchdog agencies are sometimes co-opted. I believe Anonymous is being run out of the CIA or the Allied Signal Corps. I believe that Anonymous, and even WikiLeaks, I think, is being run out of our government somehow. I don't believe that Julian Assange is even a legitimate character. I think he was bought off. So any of the information we got recently about technology from our government is just it's called a limited hangout. They're trying to pretend like there's breaches all over the internet, so therefore what they've been doing, monitoring our private life and breaking into our computers, is something a common hacker could do. This is a technique called the limited hangout technique the CIA has been doing. And now they're pushing more and more leaks of very valuable software that could be exploited by hackers and all kinds of trolls. Oh yeah, they've basically turned their back on our privacy. And they're even so guilty in so many different ways of doing unwarranted wiretapping that they're trying to cover their ass right now by releasing all the secrets in open releases like Guccifer 2.0 and Vault 7 documents. You notice that the CIA and the NSA don't bother looking for the mole that released that stuff? Yeah, it's because they did it themselves. Okay, so let's get back into the testimony. You want to, or want to look at an electromagnetic device that levitates? Let's do the electromagnetic device that levitates. Cool. Whoa, pretty cool. Wow, that's impressive. Look, Luke, I am your father. Very nice. See what magnetic power boosted with electricity will do? Isn't it amazing? No strings, no wires. The levitation is real. Isn't it amazing? Gnarly, dude. That is cool. That's the real test. Yeah, there's a lot of things that actually have amazing potential. We have not exploited electromagnetic energy the way other countries have with their maglev rail systems. We've got programs that are testing out in various areas, but we're not really pursuing a lot of this stuff when we could. Yeah, I have a video here I want to show you in my green tech section. Yeah, it's a simple coiled copper wire that does some amazing things, and you'll see how a simple battery can make this thing work. Oh, this is one of those things you could do at home. Isn't that cool? He puts it through one end and it comes out the other end. The Democrats are right in this matter. And it'll run as long as there's energy in that battery. It's a railway. Yeah. You hear that sucking sound? I don't want to say it. No, I don't want Brett Kavanaugh. He's dirty. He's got too many things he hasn't done honestly. They're hiding. We don't need a liar as a Supreme Court justice. I thought Ginsburg was pretty funny. She said that she's Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Oh, 10 hours ago. Might get a Brooklyn building named after her. Yeah, she made a statement that it was so funny. She said she was like getting excited about this case. She's turned on by the Me Too generation. That's what she said. Yeah, Ginsburg said that she's turned on by the Me Too generation. That's pretty good for an 80-ish-year-old woman, you know. Must be those juice drinks she's drinking. I told you, Ruth, you need to drink the blueberry juice. Yeah, are you attracted to Ruth? Well, I think she's married. I think she has a native of Flatbush is celebrating her 25th year on the bench. She's 85. They're going to name a municipal building after the Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She said she's not going anywhere, so consider her on the bench for a little more, maybe a few more years. Yeah. And a lot of people said that, we do know that the truth is Christine Blasey Ford is telling the truth. We do know that. So you people who are trying to discredit her are just wasting your time. She passed a lie detector test. Yeah. So what gets me is a lot of people on the right want to discredit the woman, claiming that she's just doing it for money. You know, that's very possible. It is. Especially considering this happened. If you didn't see the show earlier, I'll play it for you again. Blasey Ford's attorney took a check from this big black woman, or I should say this short black woman. Right on camera. I'm a centrist, not a Democrat, so I do believe that there have been some payments here. Oh, definitely. Snopes.com will not take on the issue of whether this is a real picture or not. The picture I showed you. Yeah, this is circulating the internet. It's a picture of what they claim was Blasey Ford's photograph taken of her at a pool party. Oh, you're coming in now? Okay.
No, I don't have to.
No, to come in for just a second. I just want to get this picture out. Now, I think we're going to have to pass on that. I played it earlier, but it's an unbecoming picture of a half-naked woman laying on a park bench with beer bottles all around her. And I would argue that Christine Blasey Ford was so damaged by what happened to her at 15 that she might have gone down that dark alleyway of debauchery. Who knows? I don't know.
It's just something somebody posted on the internet claiming it's her.
Or it's somebody posting on the internet claiming it's her, but Snopes has not addressed that issue yet of the woman laying on a park bench half naked, drunk off her, you know.
I doubt that's her.
Well, you've seen it, right?
No,
the picture. Well, it matches her face, so I'm just showing it to Sarah. And so far, Snopes has not debunked it, so it's not been debunked. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. I'm of the belief that Christine Blasey Ford is telling the truth. Her lie detector test cleared. I'm also the belief that she was paid off along with the others. So you people on the right are accurate when you're saying that this is probably democratically motivated. We know that Michael Avenatti is receiving crowdfunding support for his run for the 2020 election. Totally illegal, a violation, FEC violation. It's actually a Class C felony Michael Avenatti's committing by taking crowdfunding money to finance his run for the presidency. Okay, I'll be back. Hey, I've had problems with things that have happened to me 36 years ago. They still affect me. I'm not going to say that I haven't. You run into situations that you recycle in your head. Yeah, I'm not kidding. You'll notice that things happen in your life, and you'll remember when you get older, and they start to kind of like bubble up to the surface, and you have to say, well, that's ridiculous. Why am I thinking about that? So it's possible she's still plagued by this memory. Corker is going to approve Kavanaugh. Well, that's a bad sign, because Jeff Flake will follow Corker. It means that Kavanaugh is on his way to approval? Or will the Republicans recognize they have a problem? Because if these allegations are true, it paints a very dark picture for a Republican standing Senate. I'm not wearing a toupee. And my tie is a Technology Thursday tie. I'm going to step out. Sarah's going to talk for a while.
Okay. Can I do trivia now, or should we keep talking about this news stuff? Hello, Howie. Why would I do that, Mad Dog's Backyard? Hello, Aaron and Camp as Christmas. I seem down tonight because I guess I was down when David was talking about showing that picture. That kind of got me down, but other than that, I'm not really down. I'm actually pretty happy. Feinstein denies leaking, says Christine was stalked by media. It'll be Skype time when David comes back. I don't know, Mad Dog. DC's nastiest day. Christine Blasey Ford and Brett Kavanaugh. Wow. Cops raided Cher's Malibu mansion and made an arrest. Oh, that's a TMZ article. Arrested an assistant's son. Taken into custody with the overdose death of a Ventura County resident in mid-September. Have you enrolled in dental school 200? Do you want to be a dentist? A Republican effort to make last year's individual tax changes permanent is expected to be approved by the House on Friday. But the Senate isn't going to act on it. That's more likely to get shelved. Oh, the provisions are set to expire at the end of 2025. Wow, okay. You're not interested in being a dentist, you want to be a cannabis farmer. There's a Flux blue light filter for Windows, nice. Yeah, a lot of Windows, I thought Windows kind of has it built in. I was able to change my settings, blue light settings, at least to change at a certain time anyway. Actually, they say it's best to filter out blue light. It's not good for your eyes. Dinner was great. The dinner David made with mostly, it was like vegetables, a little bit of pasta, and yeah, that was very good. And then he also made a organic hamburger patty to go with it, which was very good. Oh, there's a mysterious rocket being built in the East Bay. This is interesting. It's pretty interesting, I would say. So there's a company called Old Alameda Naval Air Station that makes a small rocket to carry tiny commercial satellites into orbit. Maybe Mad Dog's backyard. It's like the one that was fired a while back and nobody knew who it belonged to. Maybe it's Alameda's rocket. The rocket belongs to a startup called Astra. They want to launch satellites weighing 100 kilograms into orbit. These are small compared to the much larger SpaceX rocket designed to lift up to 56,000 kilograms into space. Okay, interesting. I guess there's nothing to worry about. All right. Oh, I was just looking at these Drudge Report articles, yes. Read the story, it's no biggie about the rocket. Ghost says, as we progress through the years, I think it will be commonplace to see things streaming off into space. That might be true. Oh, you're talking about Flux? Okay. Flux comes to rescue here. It switches to a warm tone at night, goes back to a brighter shade in the morning. You're not sure what a kilogram is? Well, 1 gram is equal to 1 cubic centimeter of water at sea level pressure. That's what 1 gram is. And so if you know what a centimeter is, think of that as in the shape of a dice. I think of a dice with all the sides being a centimeter long, and then that is basically 1 gram, and then multiply that by 1,000, and that would be a kilogram. What is a centimeter? Measurement of units? Kilo is a unit prefix in metric denoting multiplication by 1,000. True. Yes, so a kilogram is 1,000 grams. Not the furry dice hanging from your rear view mirror. No. Kilogram is, let's see. You can Google the difference between kilogram to pound, and then it's a unit of weight, I would say. Weight or mass. Usually mass. There's an eerie comet that's going to zip past Earth. This is interesting. This should be an interesting. Here's what look at the an artistic rendition of the comet. Asteroid. There you go. It has a human. Looks like this, and it's been dubbed the Halloween asteroid. The Green Bank Telescope in West Virginia captured the asteroid in early morning hours of Halloween 2015 during a different period in its rotation. In 2015, it was the closest asteroids come to Earth. And the next closest visit will be on November 1st, 2088. It'll zip past Earth just after Halloween this year. The asteroid. Right. Oh, you're right. Thank you. I heard somebody say about the density of water depending on air pressure, and it didn't make that much sense to me, but I don't think it should vary with pressure, but a gram is a milliliter, which would be a cubic centimeter. Not a... Wait. Yes, 1 gram is 1 cubic centimeter, not 1 milligram. Yeah, cubic centimeter, same as a milliliter, same as a gram, pretty much. Yeah, a gram of water. Alright, never mind. You're here for my leggings? I don't show my leggings. They showed a silhouette of Disney's Pluto on the image of what they claimed was a former planet, and that's how Pluto got its name. That's interesting. Or something like that. No problem, Senor Al Dente. I probably made mistakes too. Yes. Oh, that's a good point. 1 liter of water is a kilogram. So 2 liters of water is 2 kilograms. That's a good way to think of it. Thank you. You're here for David's leggings. David does have nice legs, but he doesn't use leggings. Wow. 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 Okay. No, I never really drank punch in high school, and I didn't really go to any college parties, so I was never around alcohol, really. I have once had I've have gotten drunk maybe once in my life, maybe twice, but I never wanted to drink or anything like that. I wasn't interested in that kind of behavior, so I just didn't do it, which I think is a good thing. I like that augmented intelligence. Yeah, I agree with that. I like my neurons, and I do know that alcohol is not good for your neurons.
Yeah, so looks like they DDoSed our Cool Rock site. So as much as I worked on it yesterday, they're attacking it now. I put Tiki Live on it because Vaughn was having nothing but censorship issues. And now that Tiki Live's on it, it's being hit hard. Somebody's attacking it.
Huh.
All right, so we had a nice little discussion about some of you don't trust this woman. I think she's telling the truth. I also think she's getting paid. You can have both things happening at the same time.
And the committee vote is going to go on as scheduled on Friday.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It'll be a real indictment of the Republican Party if they vote in favor of Kavanaugh. Thank you, Sarah. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. There was a Las Vegas waste event that happened, Waste 360. And yeah, it's apparently a major event in Vegas. I didn't even realize it was happening. Otherwise, it would have been a total waste. I would have been there. Yeah. I like to waste my time at waste conventions. 360, yeah. Whole Foods is going to pay for mishandling hazardous waste. Wow. Yeah, the 50 Waste Expo. Las Vegas livestock make use of commercial food waste. They fed 14 totes and nearly 4,000 pounds of food scraps at the Waste Expo 2018 to a bunch of cows. Within 24 hours, they were eating out of the food waste out of that waste event. Kind of cool. Okay, yeah, I'm getting the Skype thing going. We're connected. I'm gonna give you a link, Howie, and we'll get you in the show. Then we'll compare your voice against the sound of Lot Lizard. Okay, here we go. I'm going to share the link with the group. All right, there's your join Skype link, and I'll give it to iBloggers if you guys want to get into that conversation. I don't travel to DC. I could never fly there. I need an exit. I need more than an exit. I need protection over the navigation systems because I don't trust them. Yeah. David, would you go to a B-52 Boy George Thompson Twins concert? No. No, I would be frightened for my life. I would never do that. A rabbit tenaciously digs the dirt in an effort to free a kitten. Aw, that's a heartwarming moment. Wrapped behind a wall. Let's take a look. Rabbit feverishly helping a kitten. It's amazing how animals help each other, but humans don't help animals, by and large. Look at this. The rabbit is rescuing Conejo rescata el su amigo gratita. See? Or many of your Hispanic people understand what I am saying. This is from Jessica Rodriguez Fatigati. Oh, isn't that sweet? This goes on for 2 minutes. No, I can't take the risk of travel until I actually can charter a plane and control all aspects of the flight. including a top-end technologist to examine the navigation system and put a Faraday cage over it. We are dealing with radio frequency spillovers. Many of you who are concerned about the 5G network. Look at that. He cleared the rabbit cleared the way for the kitty cat to get out. Oh, muy bueno. Still busily working at it. See, look, he's like industrious. Well, I'm relying on myself to save myself, so I can save the world. But I want to save America first. The bunny thing is just a side note, Mr. Cake. Yeah, just something to look at. I mean, are you able to do two things at once? Can you multitask? We can talk and look at the bunnies save the rabbit, or the bunnies save the kitty. Gracias, Jessica Rodriguez Fatigati, for the video. Very good. I have never been on a vacation. Everything has been work, work, work for me. Look at this. Isn't that sweet? They're pals. Isn't that wonderful? Aww. Isn't that the cutest little scene? Wow. Huh. That is wonderful. Brilliant. Heartwarming. Nothing about rape or anything that we've been dealing with. All the terrible things that Brett Kavanaugh alleged to have has done. And the Republicans are pretending like it didn't happen, and this woman's somehow just profiting from it. Yeah, she might be profiting from it, considering she's losing everything. Oh, maybe she did pose, maybe she did have a lot of sex after this happened. Who knows? Who cares? Rape is a violent act that can affect that woman for her whole life. I know. To some of you who haven't had sex in years, it must be difficult to hear about this. Well, you know, I would wear a body rubber if I were you. I mean, they say that half of the people in Oklahoma have some sort of an STD. Oh, I'm not supposed to know you're in Oklahoma. Sorry. Yeah, we don't follow you on your IP at all. I'm just psychic that way. Yeah, I know that maybe you know, turkeys circling a dead cat. Wow, this is pretty heavy. I don't really want to do this. I'll take the music down. Wow, look at that. Has some sort of a demonic weird thing going on. That is freaky. Isn't that freaky? Wow, the mysteries of the universe. And who would ever thunk that turkeys with such a low IQ could grieve? I know, I didn't know that turkeys could grieve. But don't shoot them, you idiot. I'm not the cop, you idiot. My name's Kimball. We have a momentary break in the show. Let's just remember what we're dealing with here, okay? The same people that put Hitler in charge of Germany put Donald Trump in charge of America. Yeah, now we get the Gregorian chant.
O Felix curva, duetare mactantum meruita redemptorem. Per eundam Deum nostrum Iesum Christum Filium tuum, qui tecum vivitat regnat in unitate Spiritus Sancti Deus, per omnia saecula saeculorum. Amen.
Thank you for that moment of fun. We have the technology to bring you Dave and Little Dave. So we can do Dave and Little Dave today. 39.4% match confirmed. Well, I'm open to maybe the nomination for the Supreme Court when Brett Kavanaugh gets ruled out for his bad behavior, or alleged bad behavior, I'm more than willing to accept the nomination if they want to give it to me. Sure. I mean, it would sidetrack me for a few decades, but I wouldn't mind. Maybe my whole life. I mean, think about it. I could live in D.C. I could talk to Clarence Thomas about pubic hair on his RC Cola. I could say, Clarence, they say you are Long Dong Silver. Have you ever met Dave? Yeah. The requirement for Pope is 10,000 little boys molested. Really? Is that part of the rigor of it? Was that in the Da Vinci Code? I don't know. I didn't read it. I just read the Cliff Notes. What is the number of little boys that they have to molest before they get arrested? Yeah, I used to drink RC Cola before it had aspartame in it. Yeah. There was a time when I really enjoyed drinking sodas that actually I thought they were clean, but then I realized that they're all made out of tap water, and tap water's got fluoride in it. Oh, Obama's? Yes, you watched it over 10 times. Good. Well, let's be clear. I think that the Obama's version, the early version that was put in discotheques all around the country, is still very, very real. But I did one in 2014, right after that one in 2009. And the 2014 one I think is awesome. It's still on YouTube if you want to check my YouTube site out. Today I will be uploading my recent low-carb dinner, which I call the low-carb delight. It's just, you know, things you can cook with in your daily life that will save you money and calories, which I think a lot of people have to think about considering their waistline grows when they eat carbohydrates. There's some carbs in it, but it's mostly cauliflower. So I'm using cauliflower and buying good deals on cauliflower to replace pasta. It's a simple trick. A lot of people are doing it. Because like you, I enjoy, you know, a nice carbohydrate dinner and that feeling of wellness from the opiates that are coming out of the genetically modified wheat that they're forcing down my throat. You gotta love that. Okay, here's a link to the YouTube site with my cooking show and my blackface videos. At the very back end, the early part, there are like 67 videos now, and the early ones were the blackface ones. And I've got a really good one about Nancy Schaefer, a tribute to Nancy Schaefer, and it has the famous video that was done about that time period as well, about the missing kids and all that. Wheat, opium, GMO, hybrid, yeah. This is crazy, all the crap we're eating now. And our government doesn't do diddly squat to keep it clean. Our agencies are run by a bunch of bureaucrats that just sit there and push paper all day. They have no clue as to what their job should be or what they are responsible for. I've talked to many of the people that are working in our government right now. I've gotten them on the phone, and I've gotten blank stares and blank thoughts from their head. I asked many of them questions like about the E911 network that we all pay for. These states in our country and the FCC are fleecing all of us for 99 cents a month for the E911 network. And I try to find out where the money goes, because there's like $25 billion going into this fund every year. No one knows. Nobody at the FCC could answer my question. I called the FAA and I asked the FAA, why are there no, I said, are there video cameras in our country's small airports? And they said, no. There are no video cameras posted in our small airports. And I was shocked. I was like, well, isn't that your job, to install video cameras in small airports so you'll know if drugs are being brought into the country? Oh, hello? No, they don't even care. So you could, you know, easily get drugs or God knows what into this country without the Department of Homeland Security alerted to it. We are really in jeopardy of having a problem. And you call these bureaucrats at the highest level, they're idiots. They're complete idiots. They make like $150,000 a year. You're rolling off a bean? What's happening? Are you kneeling on beans and you rolled off of one? Well, yeah, that's what the border's for. Why you need an airport? Yeah, exactly. We have a little airport in my town. I was wondering if they were running drugs in or out of it. I don't know. You know, occasionally we get this broken down drug running sound of a plane flying over my head. We don't know. We don't have any video cameras looking at any of our airports. Hello? There's a place in Everett, Washington that is considered like the tweaker capital of the world. And it's a video camera that's been put out there. It's called the Everett Encampment Live, formerly Tweaker Cam. And these people are actually, you know, you can get a live view of people that are, you know, hooked on meth and living on the tent there. And it's like homeless on TV. And then there's a chat room going on at the same time in the encampment. Isn't that funny? So that's what YouTube wants to allow on the screen, is us looking at tweakers. But a real political movement? No, they don't even allow us to have a live show. They canceled it. You love Tweaker Cam? Okay. 3 questions to ask yourself while watching the Kavanaugh Ford hearings today. Okay, let's take a look at the 3 big questions, really big questions. Yeah, Tweaker Cam for the win. One, is there any evidence or testimony that could change your mind about Kavanaugh? Well, if the payoff thing pans out, she might be paid off. That would kind of alter my view of her. Is there any way to depoliticize the selection of Supreme Court justices? Not unless we can get a justice that actually tells us he's going to vote yes or no against Roe v. Wade. This guy skirted the issue. And number 3, will things ever get back to normal? No. Abnormal is the new normal. Thanks to Donald Trump. I don't stay on cam for everything. I actually hide behind the scrim of anonymity. I don't have any anonymity. There is no normal. Yeah, it's a flexible state. It's a changeable, more malleable entity. It can morph into anything at any time. Only evidence that showed Kavanaugh was innocent would change your mind. 3 people said it didn't happen under penalty of felony. Well, they weren't there. They said it didn't happen under penalty of felony. They weren't there. They weren't next to her having sex. Oh, excuse me, this guy Judge was. He was one of the ones that was trying to attack her. She did corroborate that she has the timeline right, and he did work at a certain location. She named it in the statement, and then it turns out that Judge had actually written a book. Mark Judge is a guy who is the alleged the perpetrator, and he's claimed under penalty of well, of course he wouldn't implicate himself. So yeah, one of those people is Mark Judge. He's in hiding. Yeah, he should be. Maybe he could join Julian Assange at the embassy. You got so many homeless people in your city, and tweakers and homeless people, Delvin. Well, do you think it'd be any better if we had women had no rights of abortion? You realize if we hadn't had abortion laws in the past 45 years, we'd have 45% more crime on the streets right now? That means you and your family would probably be carjacked. You'd have a 1 in 5 chance of being carjacked right now, so you'd have a 1 in 2 chances of being carjacked. People have like a 1 in 5 chance of being carjacked in their life. Is a crying judge a good judge? Did Brett cry? I didn't see any tears. Tears of a clown, maybe. We found Brett Kavanaugh up close and personal just a few minutes ago. Caught on camera. There's no question about it. Blinking once every 10 seconds. When asked, did you know about Ramirez and her testimony? Does any of this make... Do you remember any of it? And he lied. He outright lied. He was blinking the whole time. He even nodded yes to when he said no. We saw that too. I don't want to go back and show you that because we just spent about 15 minutes doing it, but we even played Anita Hill's explosive opening statement when she talked about what Justice Thomas did to her. See, the Me Too generation is just opening up a huge can of worms right now. that's been put to rest by a bunch of old, outdated, old fogey congressmen who have virtually stood in the way of women's rights for years. The very same people that are deciding Brett Kavanaugh's fate right now. So we're seeing a major meltdown in the system. If he gets approved, it's an indictment of the Republican Party to the highest level of our thinking. Come up with some guy who's willing to commit to no overturning of Roe v. Wade, and then you'll have a guy who can replace Judge Anthony Kennedy. But I'll tell you something, Anthony Kennedy should be investigated. I'll play that tonight. His Smokey Robinson, yeah. His son, Anthony Kennedy's son, is handling $1 billion in Donald Trump's debt for Deutsche Bank. He's the banker for Donald Trump. It's very confused connection, inside connection to this whole Anthony Kennedy. And his timing of retiring right now is very suspicious. Yeah, Clarence Thomas needs to be investigated on all levels. The guy hasn't written a brief.
Great number of sleepless nights that I am able to talk of these unpleasant matters to anyone but my close friends. I declined the invitation to go out socially with him and explained to him that I thought it would jeopardize at the time I considered to be a very good working relationship. I had a normal social life with other men outside of the office. I believed then, as now, that having a social relationship with a person who was supervising my work would be ill-advised. Form of private conversations which would not have been overheard by anyone else. My working relationship became even more strained when Judge Thomas began to use work situations to discuss sex. On these occasions, he would call me into his office for reports on education issues and projects, or he might suggest that because of the time pressures of his schedule, we go to lunch to a government cafeteria. After a brief discussion of work, he would turn the conversation to a discussion of sexual matters. His conversations were very vivid. He spoke about acts that he had seen in pornographic films involving such matters as women having sex with animals and films showing group sex or rape scenes.
Okay, listen to that. I played this earlier. I just wanted to go back to that, Delvin. Yeah. So she contended that Clarence Thomas talked about sex with animals, group sex, gang rapes, sex with her. That's not like common talk to a woman. These are really gross, heinous allegations that were never addressed by this stuck-up Senate that approved Clarence Thomas as the token black man Supreme Court Justice. Long Dong Silver has been our token black Supreme Court Justice, and he's never written a damn thing. Tell me that's not pretty indicting of the system. There are many men, Black African Americans, who could easily fill that post and be really, really eloquent and articulate about everything that they represent. And every criticism we've had of Clarence Thomas has been he's a radical. He supports his own version of the Constitution, and he doesn't even want to validate it with testimony or proofs. So this woman could have intercepted a terrible pick with Justice Thomas, but she was ignored, and she's the very first Me Too person, I think, Anita Hill. We should put a statue out there, you know, in her name. Put it right out in front of the Supreme Court. So what are we going to do with all these scumbags and corrupt people that have lining the Supreme Court when padding their pockets all these years? How come we're not watching all of their bank accounts? How come we're not looking at every single bank account of every Supreme Court justice we have? There's no oversight. There's no transparency, no public disclosure. We don't know if Elena Kagan's profiting left and right, even though she was never a judge. But when she was assigned this, we don't know what her activity as Solicitor General was when she turned down 18 lawsuits questioning Barack Obama's birth certificate. But he paid her back. He gave her that job. Is she padding her pocket? You got to wonder. We'll never know if Kavanaugh is patting his pocket because they won't even reveal that. The 90% of the things about Kavanaugh are being hidden from the Senate right now. We do know that he mismanaged his assets and he was $200,000 in debt over buying national baseball season tickets for his friends, his drinking buddies. If he's going to get away with this, it's going to take the entire Republican Party down, and I'll make sure that we will get oversight over this process. I'm thinking we should spearhead a plan for impeaching almost every Supreme Court justice out there, except for Ginsburg. I'm at the point where I'm seeing nothing but corruption everywhere I turn. We're seeing these people make decisions that are unheard of, like Citizens United, where they gave corporations the rights of an individual. And the right to free speech means the right to advertise to you. I'm tired of the corruption too, Ecom Gibb. Well, I don't think she's on the take. I mean, Ginsburg seems like a nice old lady. Sonia Sotomayor, she wants to have La Raza. She's an open advocate for La Raza to take over our country by Hispanics in the West. That's the Supreme Court justice that openly invites the takeover, internal rebellion of a group of people in our own country? I can't even believe she cleared the nomination process. This whole thing is completely corrupt. You have diarrhea now? Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, I have Kavanaugh. You know, the thorn in our side right now is that this man who's obviously corrupt, dirty to the core, willing to overlook the whole Vince Foster death when he was a prosecutor. No, I'm afraid she's unable to say anything because she's already been discredited. That woman has got some problems. Yeah, that's all I can say. Nothing ever happened in our show other than she sent me a video and I did exactly what she said. I'm filing a complaint. I'm filing a complaint with YouTube. She gave me full authorization to use that video. David, do you have a bong? I don't, no. I don't believe in water pipes. I would prefer vaping if I wanted to imbibe it a little marijuana. It's way cleaner. There's no resin. But if you are going to smoke, you better get a bong because that's better than a pipe, right? Good for you. I'm glad you're getting some therapy out of watching the show. Whatever else you do is on you. I've heard this this theory that marijuana lowers your testosterone. I don't know about feminizing you. I heard it lowers your testosterone. But you know, is that such a bad thing, really, when you think about it? I mean, if you're not having kids, what do you care, right? No, I don't. You know, I tried it at a couple parties. I don't like the taste of a joint. It tastes all resiny. Yeah. And since marijuana increases your IQ, I'm pretty sure that I'd probably want to smoke more of it in the highest concentration possible. Yeah, you didn't realize, they did a study, they found out that it increases your IQ. It makes you think deeper. You're able to handle more complex thoughts. Right now, if you don't smoke marijuana, you probably think, well, that's a conspiracy theory. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Anytime you hear anything like, you know, when you see Michelle Obama's penis hanging out here, well, that's a weird conspiracy theory. I don't want to talk about that. That's a sign of lower limbic brain activity. We're looking at a penis and a testicle floating around in some jumpsuit here. Now, critical thinking tells you that that's exactly what this is. This is a dude. It just frees your mind. I would never have achieved this clarity without a little smoke of marijuana. Yeah, I would have said, oh, that's a battery pack that's strapped to her legs. No, let's be real here. We've been lied to. The sooner we realize that, the sooner our country can repair the damage is done. But Obama's going to have to spend some jail time. Sorry to say. We're going to prosecute him for fraud, and so is his lovely transgender lover, Michael. Fraud is the only way out. We'll be able to completely get rid of Obamacare. I'm seeing double. Yeah, we'll be able to eliminate Obamacare, which is a serious thing. If we don't eliminate it, it's going to take us down. Obamacare is costing us $350 billion more per year. It's just draining our coffers. And it's all going to a bunch of scumbag healthcare professionals that keep billing everybody for everything. You wonder why your grandma has to go to see the doctors 6 times a year? Because she's on Medicaid. And they love the money they get from her. Okay, we've got something else here. American Bar Association, delay Kavanaugh until FBI investigates assault allegations. Okay, now this is interesting because the American Bar Association, prestigious, is making a statement that's rare when we see this. But Grassley somehow thinks the FBI isn't supposed to investigate anything. And he's quoted Joe Biden, the biggest joke ever, in response to that, who said the same thing. No, I'm sorry to say, but this is called the Federal Bureau of Investigation, not the Federal Bureau of Intimidation, which is what it seems to be right now. Give me a high five, girl. Yo,
I am here
baby.
today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I am here because I believe be. I am here today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I am here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me while Brett Kavanaugh and I were in high school.
Less than 2 weeks ago, Dr. Ford publicly accused me of committing wrongdoing at an event more than 36 years ago when we were both in high school. I denied the allegation immediately, categorically, and unequivocally.
Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. He had a hard time because he was very inebriated and because I was wearing a one-piece bathing suit underneath my clothing. I believed he was going to rape me. I tried to yell for help. When I did, Brett put his hand over my mouth to stop me from yelling. This is what terrified me the most and has had the most lasting impact on my life. It was hard for me to breathe, and I thought that Brett was accidentally going to kill me.
I've never sexually assaulted anyone. Not in high school, not in college, not ever. All 4 people allegedly at the event, including Dr. Ford's longtime friend, Miss Kaiser, have said they recall no such event. Her longtime friend, Miss Kaiser, said under penalty of felony that she does not know me and does not believe she ever saw me at a party ever.
I don't expect that PJ and Leland would remember this evening. It was a very unremarkable party. It was not one of their more notorious parties because nothing remarkable happened to them that evening. They were downstairs.
This whole 2-week effort has been a calculated and orchestrated political hit, fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, fear that has been unfairly stoked about my judicial record, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, and millions of dollars in money from outside left-wing opposition groups.
I have been accused of acting out of partisan political motives. Those who say that do not know me. I am an independent person and I am no one's pawn.
My family and my name have been totally and permanently destroyed by vicious and false additional accusations.
Apart from the assault itself, these past couple of weeks have been the hardest of my life. I've had to relive this trauma in front of the world. And I've seen my life picked apart by people on television, on Twitter, other social media, other media, and in this body who have never met me or spoken with me.
Okay, apparently Elisa Milano was at the...
I am here today not because I want to be.
Yeah, Elisa Milano was at the hearing staring Kavanaugh down. Yeah, this is a woman who's been very outspoken, has drawn masses to TV screens, has inspired survivors of sexual assault to come forward with their own stories. Inside the chamber, actress Elisa Milano, a leading figure in the Me Too movement, was present at the hearing, and could be seen sitting behind Kavanaugh as he gave his opening statement. Yeah. So she was there. Okay. Wow. We did show you the 1 blink per second rate at which Brett Kavanaugh responded to questions about him knowing whether this is true or not. He had all the indications and tell signs of a liar. We definitely covered that. And that this story from Julie Swetnick is also coupled with the fact that somehow $150,000 in debt was paid off recently for this woman, who came forth claiming she'd been to 10 parties in which the football players, like Brett Kavanaugh, spiked their drinks. But everyone's wondering why Mark Judge was not called in to testify. Yeah. We still can't confirm or deny whether this is, in fact, Christine Blasey Ford, a photo that's been circulating the internet. Snopes won't comment on it. Also coupled with this is insinuations from others that she stated that she's had numerous relations with men, but 64 sexual partners between 11th grade and college. But all this is hearsay at this point. We cannot verify it came from an alt-right site called Citizens Wells. I'll give you that link if you want to look at it. Yeah, we can't verify if it's true or not. That picture's as old as the internet. It's not her. Cernorama says it's not her. Yeah, I don't think it could be her, but you know, even if she was a victim of alcohol, I still give her a pass considering the trauma that she endured, being held down and groped and forced into a sex act by a couple drunk frat boys. Why does Trump want Brett so bad? So he can have his way and continue with more illegal actions in the background with the American people? Yeah, in fact, we uncovered this meme that is perhaps the most telling of Brett Kavanaugh. Yeah, wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh? Well, Kavanaugh is the reason why Trump has been getting money from Russians. Super PACs, American super PACs are allowed to get money now, like the NRA can get money from Russia. Top 3 munchies. Geez, I only have cereal as one of my crutches. I like a bowl of cereal now and then. Yeah, munchies. I don't really get munchies. I work out. Whenever I feel like I want to eat, I just start working out. It's a sure way to stay thin. Or thinner. Sir Isaac Newton predicted the end of the world. Oh, good. I'm glad somebody did. We were all wondering when that was going to happen. Okay, so I'll pull this down now that you know that he was instrumental in getting foreign governments to fund super PACs. Thank you. That's why Trump wants them. Trump wants what's good for Russia. Okay, he predicted the end of the world. Okay, let's see what he said. He not only discovered gravity, but he also predicted the end of the world. Yeah. He said it will reset in 2060 when the earth would once again become the kingdom of God. It may end later, but I see no reason for it ending soon, he wrote under the alias Jehovah Sanctus Unus. Okay, good to know. You know, I finally got this information about Newton. I've been waiting for years. Show the video of who crying to Trump. There's an actual video of him crying to Trump. I don't know who's tripping here. Hey, I do have video here to show you, you know, Mr. Trump getting laughed at, and now he's saying in the news that they were laughing with him. Yeah, the news is that they were laughing with him.
In less than 2 years, My administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true.
Yeah, right.
Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
No, that's not okay. Mr. Trump, you need to impose penalties against the UN right now and show your true worth to your mindless ragtag group of alt-right conspiracy theorists who will all believe that you're one step away from Jesus. Turn on the UN, Donald, if you really want to win over your contingencies of people that believe in you. Turn on the UN. Bite them like a badger defending your cave. Show some kahunas. A lot of people really want to see Donald Trump step up against the UN. He turned against our allies in NATO. Why? Oh, Russia wanted him to. That's why. Yeah, Russia doesn't want any enemies like NATO. So they got Donald Trump to hate on NATO, but Donald Trump never really hated on the UN. He kisses their ass because he's a New World Order puppet. That's why. I will consider you Russian. All of you Republican Trump-tards really will have a free ride to Russia when I become president. We'll put a nice large merchant marine vessel out there for you to like pitch a tent on board and then get the hell out of this country, because we don't want you turncoat traitors in this country when I become president. You people are scumbags for supporting a Russian-controlled election and now supporting the appointment of some dirty judge to the Supreme Court to decide the fate of women and their reproductive organs. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Step out of our country. Leave while you can. You don't belong in America. Anybody who sides with Trump after all this evidence, preponderance of evidence of collusion, doesn't belong in America. All right, let's get down to business here. This is a really cool technology site called Climate Viewer. And if you're really interested in mapping, and we've got some of the best, we've just got a lot of the, we've got some of the, I told you Trump-tards to get the hell out of our room. I don't want you here. Do you understand me? Yeah, we've got some of the best technologies right now for determining all kinds of things. This is a map of shipwrecks that have ever happened across the globe. They've got historic preserved maritime museums, shipwrecks seen by satellite. There's all kinds of stuff here. There's Antarctica research-based cold and desolate places. I mean, you'd be surprised all the fun you'd have looking at this. American Revolution. You can look at this map and determine what happened where in every part. The Battle of Blandford. I mean, look at the, is this the font of information? Yeah, I don't know why you Trump-tards come into the show and start spouting off. You don't belong here. I told you that. You didn't get the memo. You're out of here, Mr. K. Get the hell out of here. I told you, I don't want you in the room. You're so stupid. You support a Russian takeover of our country. Get the hell out of my country. Get on a boat back to your country of Russia. It's just sickening to me to see you people operate. And now you want to sneak in this dirty judge and you think it's perfectly fine for a woman to be raped. You make me sick. You're going to eat the big one, I'll tell you. Yeah. Heavy duty, dirty soul. What's going on? Heavy dirt's out. You're lighting your cigarette? No, I can't believe he's hanging out in our show when you clearly realize that Trump has been on the take from the get-go. All you have to do is look at the news and find out he's been laundering money for the Russians. My God. There's heavy, dirty soul. Everybody who comes in here as a Trump-tard will be kicked immediately. Anybody who voted for Trump is retarded. Let's take a look at Lindsey Vonn and his testimony. I kind of wanted to touch on that. Oh, wait a second. Let me go to 10 most astonishing moments in Trump's press conference the other day. He called Kavanaugh one of the highest quality people he's ever met. He suggests George Washington had a bad past, like he had a better past. He says sexual misconduct allegations against him influence his opinion. So we should be afraid to allege that he did have sex with Katie, the 13-year-old woman, who claimed numerous times that he raped her, and then withdrew her claim when she said her life was being threatened? Really? Trump calls allegations part of a con job. I think the only con job is him, Mr. Trump. Yeah, you're conning everybody, making everyone think that you're somehow not a liar. You've been caught over 4,575 times lying to the American people. Trump says his preference is to keep Rod Rosenstein. Well, that's nice. I'm talking to him. We've had a good talk. He said he never said it. He said he doesn't believe it. Regarding the 25th Amendment, invoking that. He said he has a lot of respect for me and he was very nice, and we'll see. And he's a member of the Trump administration. In that sense, my preference would be to keep him and to let him finish up. You know, I call it a witch hunt. It is a witch hunt. Yeah, he keeps saying it. We're supposed to believe it, you liar. Trump's exchange with Kurdish reporters. Excuse me, you said you're where from? From Kurdistan region, northern Iraq. I'm a Kurd. Good, great people, thank you. Are you a Kurd? Good. They're great people, they're great fighters. I like them a lot, let's go. I like this question so far. Reporter number 1, Mr. President, you always say you support your allies. Kurds right now, after the defeat of ISIS, are under a lot of pressure in Syria and in Iraq by many adversaries. What will you do to elevate their position to support them after they helped the United States to defeat ISIS? Well, we are helping them a lot, and we've been very friendly with them. And as you know, we fought side by side. And we've defeated ISIS, essentially, a very short while ago in the Middle East. And we did it with a lot of help from the Kurds, and they're the great fighters. You know, some people are great fighters and some people aren't. The Kurds are great fighters and a great people. We're discussing that situation exactly right now. Yes, please, Mr. Kurd. Reporter number 2, thank you very much for your time, Mr. President. 2 quick questions. What will the USA relations with the Kurds? Oh, I thought I just answered that. Reporter number 2, post-ISIS. Oh, okay. We're trying to get along very well. We do get along great with Kurds. We're trying to help them a lot. Need I go on? Talking in circles. Working in time. I thought I had Lindsey Graham here. Did you guys send me the Lindsey Graham feed? Yeah, I don't have it. Let's see. Oh, here we have Joe Biden as a creep. That's a good one. And Grassley was quoting Joe Biden today. What a joke.
All right, come on, slide in here.
Thank you. Maggie, do you want to come over here?
Come on, Maggie, make me look better, okay? There we go.
Hey, we'll play that tonight for all of you Republicans. Wow. You know, I'm so glad I was able to alienate those Trump tards from the show. Yeah, I just don't want people like that in the show. I keep telling people, no Trump tards, no Republicans. Please get the hell out of here. Lindsey Graham, yes. Well, thank you for being a centrist, because you need an open mind. The Democrats are completely corrupt. Oh, here it is. Lindsey Graham.
Do you know that her staff had already recommended?
Okay, he went off real quick here.
A lawyer to Dr. Ford.
I did not know.
20th.
I did meet with Senator Feinstein.
Did you know that her staff had already recommended a lawyer to Dr. Ford?
I did not know that.
Did you know that her and her staff had this allegations for over 20 days?
I did not know that at the time.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsay said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it.
Well, I sure would like to hear him say, yes, he is a gang rapist and tell the truth. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Instead, we got a liar who continues to believe that he's not. Oh, that's nice. Well, let's be clear. Let's go back to the testimony again. I think we need to reconstruct the lie meter.
To anyone, including her.
Here we go. Watch how many times he blinks.
Durbin.
82. Background invest 2 seconds left.
We're right here, right in front of God and country. I want you to look me in the eye. Are Dr. Ford's allegations true?
They're not accurate as to me. I have not questioned that she might have been sexually assaulted at some point in her life. But
okay, I'm going to hold my fingers up and count the number of times he blinks when answering this question.
Consent. And in the end, there is likely to be as much doubt as certainty going out of this room today. And that as we make decisions,
the whole thing, that's totally ridiculous.
Have a little humility on, have a little.
We're right here, right in front of God and country. I want you to look me in the eye. Are Dr. Ford's allegations true?
They're not accurate as to me. I have not questioned that she might have been sexually assaulted at some point in her life by someone, someplace. But as to me, I've never done this. Never done this to her or to anyone else. And I've talked to you about what I was doing that summer of 1982, but I'm telling you, I've never done this to anyone.
Okay, let me go back. That was about 20 seconds and 20 blinks. 20 blinks. Yeah. Let's listen in a little bit longer.
One, including
Watch
her.
this.
Are Ms. Ramirez's...
Now watch his reaction when he is asked about Miss Ramirez. This is very telling. You can tell a liar by their reaction, immediate reaction. Watch what his head does when answering this question about whether Ramirez is telling the truth. The second complainer of what happened.
Allegations about you true?
Those are not.
He goes, those are not. He nods his head yes, and he goes, that's the classic sign of a liar. He nods his head yes, but his voice says they are not true. Yeah, classic case of lying, and the multiple blinks, classic lying behavior.
Have a little humility on that front. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Flake.
Now, thank you, Senator Flake, and thank you, everybody, for coming in and giving everyone a good taste of your bowel movement. Because that's pretty much what we're seeing. Congress screwing up everywhere we turn. This man should never have even gotten close to the nomination with all his history of mistaken judges' positions that he's taken. He's never even prosecuted people when he should have. He's turned the other way, turned a blind eye when people really needed to be questioned, like Vince Foster's death. The Clintons needed to be questioned. He never did anything. And she did pass a lie detector test. Yeah. So there you have it, folks. He's got all the tells of a liar, and she's got all the tells of an honest person. Now, there may be payment going on, and I would be remiss in not showing you that this possibly is a transfer of payment to her attorney that happened right there in front of our eyes, and they have it on camera. So she may very well be bought off, as many of the others are actually getting funding to do this. I'm not disputing that at all, but it doesn't alter the course of their testimony. Here it is. The black woman's going to hand her attorney, a letter, clearly a big full envelope with something in it. You see that? A nice little pouch of money. Dude, I'm not going to unban you. You're calling me out as somebody who's not a centrist. See the money right there? Look at that. Classic, caught in the act. So I think that they are receiving money to do this, but I also think their testimony is accurate. Both things can be true. It's not an either-or situation. Yeah, you can stay on the show as whatever you want to be under your new name, Guest381. Get a new account over at iBlog. I want you over at iBlog. I don't want you at Vaughn anymore. You're a troublemaker. Yeah, if you want to hang out at iBlog. You're looking for trouble at Vaughn. Every time you come in here, psycho behavior. You lighten up, heavy, dirty soul. Well, I'm glad you guys are finally, tuned into what's really working for you, like recreational marijuana states are allowing, which is good. We get a lot of guys. Heavy, dirty soul is smoking a really nice little pipe, probably some good indica, enjoying the show, watching us. Look at that. See, we're interactive, and he's drinking some Utica Club. Nice. Never had one of those. I'll have to check its fluoride content. Oh, they got rid of that site, by the way. That we were using the fluoridefreebeer.com. That's been shut down. It was called fluorideFFbeers.com, and they don't exist anymore. They were shut off. I have doors all over the place. Yeah, I'm not exactly a person who's going to fly. I can understand why she was hesitant to fly. I guess she did fly after all. 10 ways big tech can shift millions of votes in the November election without anyone knowing. Cambridge Analytica definitely affected us. Russia's buying that information. To this day, we still don't have a lid on Mark Zuckerberg's secret deals with people handling demographic studies. But they could definitely affect the election again. And there's evidence. Department of Homeland Security contradicted their earlier statement that said that Russia had nothing to do with the election. Then they turned around and said, oh yeah, they also are affecting this election. So Trump had told the Department of Homeland Security, put out a statement saying that Russia had nothing to do with the election. That was obstruction of justice. Trump ordered them to do that. And that isn't even on the list of obstruction charges because there are no obstruction charges yet. Mueller is not doing his job. He's pretending to do his job, but he's not doing his job. He should have announced obstruction charges by now. We've got a corrupt government at the top. The two-party system is rot to the core, so it's highly unlikely they're going to even come out with the truth before the midterm election, whether they get this guy in or not. You know, if I'll tell you something. Thank God. I see, yeah. If they actually get Brett Kavanaugh to receive the nomination, the vote's going to swing all the way to the left, and the Democrats are going to win the House, I assure you. If the Republicans even have a remote chance of winning the House in the 2018 election, they better get their act together and not authorize this nomination. That's their only shot. Otherwise, they're going to look like a bunch of cronies of the Russian government. So yeah, they've got all kinds of tools they can use. Search engine manipulation effect. There's a series of things that they've got at their disposal. That our election process has completely been altered by their behavior. It's endless too. It's going to be close, but I can tell you people are not happy with the way our Congress is being run. especially the way Devin Nunes acted, corrupting the entire investigation the House did and claiming that Russia had nothing to do with it, contradicting the FBI and CIA and Senate subcommittee intelligence. It's just unbelievable. It's like a mutinous behavior, a bunch of treasonous traitors. That's what Republicans are turning out to be. Search engine manipulation effect. Search suggestion effect. They can suggest searches that can lead you to information negative about your candidate. Targeted messaging effect. Opinion matching effect. Answer bot effect. Shadow banning. When you want to speak out, they pretend like you have no voice. They shut you off. You don't even know if you're getting tweets out. Programmed virality and the digital bandwagon effect. The Facebook effect. Censorship, like what happens here every day. And digital customization effect. The increased impact on people's opinions and behaviors that occurs when manipulations are customized to match the needs, preferences, and backgrounds of individual users. Wow. And Russia's harnessed all of this data. It hasn't, no one in America has been punished for the Cambridge Analytica breach. I mean, this is crazy. Most of the congressmen and senators have no idea what's going on the internet and how our government literally opened the door and let Russia control our election. Beer as a rich source of fluoride delivered into the body. Check this out. Oh man, you uncovered one hell of a link here. They're doing it right in front of our face. They're poisoning the population. Fluoride is a known neurotoxin. And here we have a study saying that fluoride is an element which in the minimum amount is necessary for the proper construction of the teeth and bones, which is totally unproven. Oh God, this is ridiculous. And they're saying it's very popular in beer. Oh, it's a great source of fluoride. Oh, I like beer. I like to drink it. It tastes good. Well, it turns out fluoride tastes good. That's why people like to drink it in water and beer. That's funny. So they make the beer tastier by putting fluoride in it. That's not so stupid, is it? Hello, Aaron. Whew. Yeah, so we covered a lot of territory today. We have that video of Trump talking about how the allegations have affected him personally. Very funny.
President, there are now 3 women accusing Judge Kavanaugh of sexual misconduct. Are you saying that all 3 of those women are liars? Is there anything that could be said at this hearing tomorrow that could cause you to withdraw the nomination? Anything at all that...
I won't get into that game. I only tell you this. This is one of the highest quality people that I've ever met. And everybody that knows him says the same thing. And these are all false to me. These are false accusations in certain cases, and certain cases, even the media agrees with that. I can only say that what they've done to this man is incredible.
If I could follow up, you have daughters. Can you understand why a victim of sexual assault would not report it at the time? Don't you understand?
By the way, I only say this. 36 years, no charge, no nothing.
But that happens often. I mean,
people are going to have to make a decision. 36 years, there's no charge. All of a sudden, the hearings are over, and the rumors start coming out. And then you have this other con artist, Avenatti, come out with another beauty today. I only say that you have to look at the facts. The senators are very capable people. They're very good people. I know many of them. They're friends of mine. These are very talented, very good people. And they're going to vote. They're going to have to believe what they believe. When I look at what's happened to the reputation of a great gentleman, a great intellect, a brilliant man, somebody that has a chance to be one of our great Supreme Court justices.
Brilliant man. I mean, what has he done that's brilliant? Can you recite any of Brett Kavanaugh's treatments? Let's see, the writing of Brett Kavanaugh. Let's take a look. Kavanaugh's extrajudicial writing and speeches. Updated. We've got multiple cases in which he's written. Okay, let's review his writing. Defense, presence, and participation. A procedural minimum for Batson versus Kentucky hearings. The President and the Independent Counsel. Separations of powers during the 44th presidency and beyond, when he worked for George W. Bush. War, terror in the federal courts 10 years after 9/11. Yeah, let's look at Brett Kavanaugh here. Wow. Okay. It's 1 page long. Huh. And it's just his response to a couple questions. It's not exactly writing, is it? Okay. Right. Well, this is 40 pages. He was just one of the writers on this. Yeah, so I can't tell you what he wrote here. Yeah. All right. Nice. We'll have to research this later. Thank you. Next. What's the question? David, what have you accomplished in your life? Well, I've woken up a lot of people. I really have. And I also was the first person to introduce organic foods to a couple major marketing firms. Now, you're dying of a tumor because you didn't listen to me. That's what I've accomplished. People that did listen to me are not dying of tumors from cancer due to not eating organic food. Trump loves the word brilliant, talented, and obstruction. He learned a new word recently. Obstruction. Yes. Like when Melania was having some problems with a breast implant when they pretended to have a kidney procedure on her. She was obstructing my boob job. She was preventing me from having my Melania to have boobs that were big enough for me to have excitement for her, like I did for Karen McDougal and some Stormy Daniels. She had to have larger breasts. I think we have a quote from Donald Trump about his intelligence. He is, you know, very big on himself. He heard me say that I was a genius, and then he started to say that himself. I don't know how you people are standing behind him after all the things that we've heard about his behavior. Any president that would have defended Russia over evidence provided by his own intelligence team is clearly a traitor and a puppet. I mean, how do you not see that? What are you, a bunch of Nazis? Oh, wait a second. I think I have the intelligent, intellectual president's quote here. Hang on.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
All right, that sums it up. Hey, we're having some modding problems over at iBlog. If you guys can handle it, we do need to keep this crap out of the room. I'll be glad to take people talking about issues, not scumbags coming in here acting like I'm some bad guy because I'm telling the truth about this corrupt Russian money launderer. Now, Lindsey Graham is another story. The boob plate armor sucks. Really?
Always custom fitted, some people believe it's a good idea for female warriors to wear armor that follows their shape. Well,
I don't think we need to talk about boob armor, dude. Thank you. Okay, London. Sputnik. London teen puts virginity on sale, claims to have met MU player and a banker. So in Russia, sex is considered, you know, part of the way people get ahead in this world, or get ahead in this world, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, so in Russia, it's perfectly fine for Sputnik International to say a London teen puts virginity on sale and claims to have a met MU player and a banker. Amy from London has approached a German escort website to find her first man and earn more than $1 million for the trouble. She's trying to auction her virginity in order to change her life for the better. Russia is so poor, the women have to sell their bodies. And you want these people running our country with their control over Trump? Albert says, since Trump was put into office, not counting out electoral college people getting paid off, it's like the entire country is a lame reality show. That's really true, Albert. Thank you. I agree with you. I don't think we went to the moon, no. I think it's safe to say that we never went to the moon, since we never went back to the moon, and the government lost all the videotape of the moon. But we certainly are dealing with a spherical Earth. Yeah, spherical Earth is definitely happening. We can thank Copernicus and Galileo and Bruno for that. Okay, we'll take a look at this video tonight, coming from Scissor Fight. It's about the mainstream media BS and how they're controlling the dialogue by getting rid of YouTubers, kicking them off their shows. News Views is losing it, really? Well, I'm really glad that the 3 women did come out, even though they were paid to come out, obviously. I'm glad that they did come out about what was happening. And Robert Downey Jr. has a windmill home in the Hamptons. Okay. Cool.
Wearing number one for the Los Angeles traffic today is 9-year-old Tommy Douglas. Tommy has lived most of his life in the hospital after being born with a potato for a heart and will undergo a heart transplant surgery next weekend. He's about as big of a traffic fan as they come, so in partnership with the Grant-A-Wish Foundation, both teams have agreed to come together and have Tommy run the first play of the game. And he got the handoff, and then
I'm sorry, I can't watch too much of that, or I'm enjoying myself too much. Okay, he got the handoff. We'll play that at the top of the hour. Whatever that means. Yeah, okay. Will do. Put it in Clinton, too. Well, let's be clear. You were banned 3 years ago, achievement unlocked, yeah. You finally worked your way back in. They ban everybody. You say 3 sentences and they ban you? Well, I say paid, obviously, because everyone except me is getting money to do all kinds of things. And you want to believe those people instead of me, who hasn't profited a penny in my entire time doing the show, 10 years. Yet you believe people like Alex Jones more than me, which is kind of ironic. 10 amazing robots that really do exist. Hey, there you go.
Cool cyber.
Thank you for that link. 10 technology links, 12 million hits. That'll be fun. I need that. We love these videos. Well, my book is taking on a new dimension right now. When I realized that I was being censored heavily over the past 6 or 7 years, maybe even longer, I had to go in a different direction with my book. At one point it was about me, now it's about the country. My autobiography turned into something bigger. So I'm still working on it. I didn't back down to anybody. I rely on using the services available to me. Vaughn is one of them. And in order to do that, I had to at least acknowledge that these people want to claim that they're innocent. That's all I can do. I can't guarantee that they're doing something for sure. We have massive information at our disposal. All of it contradicts what they're saying. So they're claiming both of us are being trolled. That's what Miss Scruffy said. Yeah, it is an embarrassment. The fact that so many Republicans still stand behind Trump is pathetic, Akira. It's really, the question is logic versus mindless, chaotic thinking that they somehow trust Trump. No, I don't think Vaughn's going to succeed anything. Justin is clearly been morphed into a very disturbing network. Vaughn has seemingly got a good chat system that doesn't seem to, bother our viewers. That's why people stay there. So I'm not going to sacrifice my viewers at Vaughn to stick to a point and keep leveling it in there. Justice will be served. I have no doubt about it. It'll be years for it to be served, but I'm not going to violate terms of service for any of these networks. I'm much more calculated than that. You can't lure me into violating terms of service at some network just because I want to make a point. I'm way more measured and calculated as a person. I take chances that are calculated. The blackface video was very highly calculated. I did that against my better judgment on many levels because my higher thinking realized that I had to bypass the censorship in America. And the only way I could do it was to do a radically different video. And impersonating Barack Obama as a black man was the only way I could truly impersonate him. And there's no way I could do it any other way. I couldn't have done it in whiteface. But I'm not going to go violate terms of service. If somebody said I can't play it on the show, I'm not going to play it here.
I've been talking about this for 2 years now. I've got 3 stories to share with you, all with a common theme here.
Good. Red flag laws. Have we all gone mad? That'll be good too. Thank you. Looking forward to it. How did Google become the internet's censor and master manipulator, blocking access to millions of websites? U.S. News and World Report has a story. It's the biggest purveyor of information. I thought Alibaba was a larger entity than Amazon. There's got to be search engines that are bigger than Google. Yeah, well, we're not trying to create any friction with any of the Vaughn or iVlog group or anything. We're just trying to use free servers. That's part of our model of survival in this tough political climate. So far, it's working great. We couldn't have expected more. And you, Robert Downey Jr. video, yeah, where's that? There it is. Okay, Dark Engine.
Hi, we're the Downies. This is Susan's house. The reason that it's situated exactly where it is because they want to be able to see that church spire back in the late 19th century. I can't tell you which direction we are from the church because...
Well, we'll be looking at that later. Yeah. I didn't realize that Robert Downey Jr.'s windmill home in the Hamptons was featured. That would be special. Thank you. Google gave into China. Well, Mark Zuckerberg has been doing some work with China directly for Facebook, so maybe they're developing a new search engine for Facebook over there. I don't know. But I think their search engine is bigger than Google. Yeah, and they're just using that old mom and pop shop sign saying, we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone. So Google is parading around as a private corporation, even though they've been backed by the government. And they're using this concept that they can refuse business to anybody as a way of censoring people. Isn't that interesting? So unless the American people can get any type of political party movement going, we're never going to get these people to admit that the government bought Google. Even though we know from various sources that In-Q-Tel purchased vast quantities of stock and controls both Google and Facebook. So we're kind of at a standstill with any honesty out of our government related to Google or Facebook. You never got anything from Mark Zuckerberg over the Cambridge Analytica breach. And Madison Star Mood's going to talk about the dangers of 5G technology tonight.
They have actually installed a death tower.
The steeple.
They've installed a death tower right into the steeple of their church. I'm sure the people that attend this church are not aware of this fact. Come over here, you clearly see it's radiating their congregation. And I wonder just how many of these people know what's in their steeple.
Wow, they put a steeple 5G network together. She's exposing it. Great. Yeah, just because a person is using free services, it doesn't mean they're doing what I'm doing. I'm building a political movement and an awakening of sorts that is a direct challenge to the two-party system. Somebody doing a podcast isn't doing that. They're going to get all kinds of free support. I know people that are whack jobs, absolute nutcases who get massive AdSense dollars, and they're making big bucks doing it. And they sold out. But one person I know joined a Luciferian society and is now making hundreds of thousands of dollars on their daily video feed into YouTube. My censorship started in 2009 when they shut down my hit counter, and then they stopped my subscriber list from growing. It stayed at exactly the same number. So this is a documented case of severe censorship. Don't compare it to somebody with a podcast who's using free services. Completely different. They are willfully stopping a third party from starting. Get that through your thick head. Jeez. Judge Napolitano, force of darkness among us, prepare to die in government's town square. Wow.
All right, to more serious trials of guilt or innocence, and to my topic, which is the natural law. When Thomas More had his last opportunity to address something for posterity and knew that his effort would be futile, he was defending himself in his trial for treason. So he's the defendant and the lawyer. The alleged and proven act of treason was silence. The refusal to assert affirmatively and in writing that the king was the head of the church on earth. He made the following argument to the jury. Now, he knew the jury had been handpicked by the king's judges, and the king's judges had been handpicked by the king. He knew that he was going to lose this. He knew he was going to be found guilty. He knew he would be executed, and the execution method was beheading. Some men say the earth is round, and some men say it is flat.
Well, this should be interesting. Yeah, I mean, we got 18 minutes of Judge Napolitano. Never Lose Truth does some really good stuff, so we'll be featuring her tonight. Thank you. And Judge Napolitano was the one that came forth and said that Kavanaugh was the one who oversaw, as prosecutor, the Vince Foster death and never prosecuted the Clintons. That was this man, Judge Napolitano, that raised that issue. I wouldn't have known about it any other way. And he said that on Fox News. Yeah, we've got a lot of cover-ups that we can't even get to. It's endless. I mean, many of you people who don't want to scratch and sniff and smell underneath the the sticker won't know how much it smells unless you do. Lufthansa is mixing up another black chemtrail over Wyoming. Mike Decker's got this.
All right, I have not looked to see who this is. They're duffing coal fly ash, looking like maybe some full wing, or just coal fly ash. There you go. Just ran a lot of that. Not horrible. I was just filming United Freightlines spraying some coal fly ash.
Yeah, it's happening. You don't hear the Democrats, Republicans talking about chemtrails. I can't believe how many people are still riding on the belief that somehow the Democrats, Republicans have any worth at all. That's what blows my mind. How can you even stand there and call yourself a Republican supporting Trump? It's disgusting. Here's an eerie death comment with a skull face that will zip past Earth just after Halloween, but don't worry, it'll be 25 million miles away. Wow. Yeah, there's a death mask. Yeah, I see it. We've got photographs of this 25 million miles away. The Arecibo Observatory has this. I'm not sure what you're saying. Why are you so mad at Mark for censoring you, but you immediately kick those who don't agree with you? Oh, you're not allowed in here if you don't understand the importance of this show. Didn't you read the header? It says, welcome centrists, ex-Dems, and ex-reps. You're a Republican. You're not welcome here. God, you just got to read the sign when you come into the show. If you don't read the sign, you'll think that, oh, you're welcome here. You're not welcome here. All of you Trump-tards are not welcome here. God, I just can't believe you didn't even come back here.
Hey, guys.
Was Bill Smith threatened into silence? Code talking. Wow. Another good one. All right, I'll add that to the link. Urban Moving has got something going on. Hey, we welcome any and all links that can keep us captivated for the evening. Yeah, I can't rely on Patreon. I can't get money from GoFundMe. I've tried. They specifically say if you're running for politics, you cannot generate capital through any of these organizations. And people aren't making donations for some reason, Albert. So we continue the show despite all of our obstacles. Nothing can stop us. That's why I've dedicated our show to, this concept of invincibility. Well, I'm a constitutionalist too, who believes that the government can have a constitution-driven government and abide by the Constitution, but we can't have one where we have a president like Trump who violates the Constitution. And when he purposely discriminates against people, that's shutting down free speech. Now, when I tell you who I want in the room, I want people who are like-minded to be in my room. But technically, you're allowed to come in and say something before I ban you. So in a way, you have a chance to speak out. Yeah, people that see faces in inanimate objects. Digital mall rat. There you are. Yeah, I've known a lot of peace and freedom people, John Birchers, who are constitutionalists. I'm afraid I can't unban that guy. He's been permabanned. And he's not going to be in our show if he continues to badmouth me ever. That includes iBlog. He can do iBlog, but he won't be able to come back in the show again. I've got a whole list of people that are permabanned. They'll never be unbanned again. I don't think many of you understand what I've gone through to get to this point, 10 years into this, without a single penny of profit, being censored in my own country on a daily basis. And you wonder why you've been permabanned? That's nothing. Wait till you get sent to the FEMA camps under the Trump administration. Yeah. I don't think you need to worry about being permabanned on a show. Yeah, well, I'm kind of upset right now that so many people think that a woman who's come out of the woodwork to talk about something for whatever reason should be ignored, and somehow we should believe some guy that blinks every single second when he's asked the specific questions, which is a tell of a liar. So I'm not sure where you're coming from if you continue to support Trump and Kavanaugh on this issue. And I certainly do not want to overturn Roe v. Wade. That would be a big mistake. We'd be moving back towards Sharia law. If I need to be spritzed out, and I'll carry the fruit enzyme spray at the White House. But unlike Trump, I won't have 2 press conferences. I will have a chat show every night. He blows everything he does. The press conferences are a disaster. We'll integrate our show immediately with your opinions, and many chat decisions will be made based on who posts questions and how many people vote on the polls of those questions. And if the most questions voted on will be the ones we take on. The ones that we'll take on will be the ones that we want to weigh in on everybody's opinion. This type of interactive, transparent government has never been done before. That's what I'm proposing for the 2021 year. I'm urging everybody to vote Democrat in the House, Albert, and vote for a Republican senator. And I never voted Republican until last election cycle when I had to. My Democratic senators are corrupt to the core. Patty Murray pushed a deal with Boeing. Speaking of technology, get this. My life is completely changed as a result of Patty Murray doing some side deal with Boeing. I have no idea how it went down, but prior to Patty Murray getting involved, Boeing lost on all 6 qualifiers that gave them contracts with the U.S. government. After Patty Murray got involved, Boeing got clearance on every one of those and beat Airbus out of every contract, forcing me to now live under a jet path that's incessant. Every day, 15 to 35 jets fly over my house with 120 decibels of massive sound. So I'm enduring an unbelievable atrocity due to corporate corruption at the highest level by Patty Murray, who I will never vote for. I will never vote for that hawkish, militarist, warmonger, Patty Murray. Yeah, well, we need accountability from government. These two parties are corrupt as hell. Get this, my local county is imposing restrictions on my community that my community has to have $1.7 million in trust. That means that my community is jacking up my rates for everything based on some arbitrary statement by the county. But the county is not even in compliance with the comprehensive report and has not reported a $1 million debt liability to the U.S. To the state of Washington. So now my county, who's making these designations about what I have to pay for monthly charges now, is so incompetent that they have to get a federal tax accountant and a survey done for hundreds of thousands of dollars on their entire budgeting. I mean, I've never seen more incompetent Democrats in my life than these Bernie Sanders scumbags that are living around me right now. And then I've got the extreme right wing living around me too, who want bigger military expenditures and more jets. So, I mean, it's like a war machine and a bunch of brain-dead liberal Bernie Sanders libtards. So, yeah, we need a third party, of course. But we're getting corruption at all levels of the local government. Every single local government is corrupt at this point. I'm not smearing Honorable Judge Kavanaugh. I'm talking about a man who's got a drinking addiction. Hundreds of beers, they're saying. We have ample proof of this. And a man who's clearly dirty because he is not being even looked into on 90% of the sealed files. So I'm qualifying my smear, if it is a smear. This guy is a heavy drinker and he's got a lot of sealed files, which indicates corruption. I rest my case. And we don't need you in the show either. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Let me tell you a story that I've got a little time here. I'll just blow off some steam, but I was out at the local pig fest, and I was parking our vehicle in a parking lot that we were going to go into the drugstore to go shopping and buy something. Some woman, some Democratic libtard, pulls by in a like Esplanade and says, "Yeah, the pig fest. We have a pig fest every year here." Some woman drives by and says, "You're not allowed to park there, you know." And I turned to her and I said, "We're using the drugstore. Is that okay?" "Well, you're not allowed to park here for the festival." It's like, who the hell died and put you in charge, lady? I mean, it's like every one of these Democratic liberal libtard idiots run around telling people what to do. It's like they want to be little mini judges themselves. Oh yeah, I'm in an enclave of Bernie people that you wouldn't believe. They'll cheat and steal to get their way, these commies. It's unbelievable. We have a pig fest in our area. It's a very popular event. They do it for charity. They help a lot of homeless people with a food bank. Hi, John. But the liberals are trying to devour our nation and deny us our rights, and they want to tax everybody into oblivion. Now, Trump's taxes are kicking in shortly. You're all going to pay a price for the Trump tax breaks to the rich that happened last year. We lost $1.7 trillion in revenue from Trump tax breaks. And now he's going to be recouping that by hitting the middle class over the next 2 years. If you didn't read the fine print, all of his tax expenses will be kicking in this year and next. So many of you will be affected by that. But he lost $1.7 trillion, $1,700 billion in taxes. And as far as spending, he's up there bigger than Obama and 4 times bigger than George W. Bush. He overspent $500 billion in 6 months. You have a rib fest. Well, we have a pretty good. This time we went to the pork fest early. After we went shopping at the drugstore, had bought things. We went to the pork fest early, and we managed to get a really great set of samples. Really tasty. Yeah, it was very good. It's getting better and better. The community, they're trying to build community in our area. It's a pork fest or a pig fest. I guess it's a pig fest. Yeah, they call it a pig fest. No, I think it's a pork fest. Excuse me. It's a pork fest. Does it even matter? Are you Jewish or Muslim? Is that the problem, Ghost of Shannon? You have a mushroom fest. Yeah, you know, I met a lot of sweaty, drunken people. It's difficult for me to travel around in my bulletproof vest. You know, it's hot. Okay, I guess we're getting ready for the big show here. A really big show. Yeah, I'm kind of tired of the whole thing. It's kind of reached a point where no one really wants to talk about it anymore. I don't talk about bulletproof vests on the show. It's a pig fest. Thank you. Thanks for getting the name right. I'm a little bit upset that ever since I rebuilt my site, it's been having problems. There it is. Okay. I think I left my account with something open, so I have to go back and fix it. Hang on just a second. Okay. All right, we're going to get to the next step here. I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, it's strange. I'm having problems with this. With one of my utilities here. There it is. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. All right, we're looking at a brand new Cool Rock page here. Finally, it came up. I got rid of the music that's playing. You can still play music on there, but our show is live now without the breakage at Cool Rock. We were taking the Vaughn feed, which was censored. Now we've got the Tiki Live feed, which Robin Lynn put together for us. And yeah, Tsunami Rose is no longer here. I don't know what happened to her. But now I've got that going. And let me show you some cool aspects of this site. We've got the Vaughn site over here. You can get into the iBlog show here too. You can watch that chat on the same page. That's possible. Whenever you refresh, you have to get rid of this X to ditch the ads. There's no ads on the site. You just have to get rid of that. And this is still fun. We've got all kinds of playing musical items that, we can actually run on the side. And you can just play with this stuff. You can also X out of things. You can move your boxes around. You got all kinds of different fun stuff you can play with. But down here, I added this website here. This is a great tool for you to find anything out in America. If you want to check out our country, this is a great tool to look at all the different states and find out about each state. But this is a really good site I found. It's called allsides.com, and it offers unbiased positions, both the centrist position, the right wing and the left wing, and how the media interprets it on every issue. It's really one of the best fair and balanced sites I've ever seen. And it's really cool. I'm just glad to have added it. Yes, it's my app. I created Cool Rock many years ago, and I'm trying to make it so that people can get our show more easily and have fun accessing news on the left, right, and center. It's great. It takes every single story, and it'll even give you the stories from various newspapers that represent the left, right, or center. Yeah, it's probably one of the best filters I've ever seen. You can actually watch these sites without the screens that you normally get with ad blocker. And that's one of the nice features about it. I can't even get some of the sites now, like Washington Post, except through here. So it has a lot of depth, this news site down here, and this is a great utility for just checking out news stories. All right. Do you use this site for your opening of music? I'm not using this site for doing any music videos, no, except in the evening when we do our show. I'm trying to minimize, right now I'm trying to minimize my music activity until late at night, because I really enjoy music, and we have great links and we have great stuff to listen to. But when you go to the site Cool Rock, you will be able to see some music shows late at night here on the Pacific side, which would be early in the morning in Asia. All right, thank you for coming in, and we'll be back again tomorrow with more of these wild and concerning stories. They should be coming to a decision by tomorrow night, I hope, whether they're going to go ahead and ratify his nomination. If they choose to ratify the nomination, it'll probably be a guaranteed loss for the Republicans in the upcoming election, because the backlash will be huge. If they choose not to ratify Kavanaugh and choose to wait, they'll have a better chance of winning the House, the Republicans will. But because they haven't gone forth with any impeachment process, and they've reversed their position against modern intelligence and all the experts that have said that Russia contaminated our election, the House looks like it's completely corrupt and controlled by Russia. So we have got to change our House, vote Democrat in the House, and you can vote Republican in the Senate to make it fair and balanced. That's my take on this situation. You can decide whatever you want to do on your end. Your vote is your free will. Thanks for coming into the show tonight. We'll process information as it comes in tomorrow on Freedom Friday. Take care, everyone. Good night. I'll see you in the chat room talking.
This is America's Third Party, interactive virtual chat, nightly from 5 to 10 p.m. Join us and change America.